This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
It's always a tough thing to come back from playing against the two-time defending state champions. But for the Wildcats tonight, there's a ton of motivation. You need every district win you can possibly get. And the Wildcats are looking for their second here tonight as they host the Flower Mound Jaguars. But more importantly than that, it's homecoming. That's right, mums and garters all around. And the stands are filling to the brim as the students file in for the exciting annual trip that is homecoming. May mean more to the students now than the alumni of years gone by, but tonight the Wildcat faithful are coming out and looking for a big statement win against the Flower Mound Jaguar team that plays just about everybody tough and is more than capable than coming up and snake biting Jadon McCullough's club as they look for their, like I said, second win of the 6-6A season. It's the Flower Mound Jaguars and the Plano Wildcats, and it's coming your way next right here on KVCE. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to John Clark Stadium for tonight's 6-6A showdown between the Flower Mound Jaguars, 1-3 on the year, 0-2 in District 6-6A play, and the Plano Wildcats, 2-2 overall, 1-1 in district competition. My name is Thomas Lee. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast tonight, whether you're listening to us on Sports Sounds Radio on AM 1160 KVCE Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth Business Authority, or Champion Sports Radio. We are excited to bring you this ball game tonight because it features a matchup that historically has really been something special. I now bring in your color analyst, Ryan Mueller. And partner, it's been a few years since we've called one of these Flower Mound Plano games. In fact, they've only met 4 times in their history. But the last one that you and I did was in 2010. Nearly 1,000 yards of offense. Problem for Flower Mound, though, is they did win that ball game 61-52 as Paul Millard's not walking through that door. Hunter Lee is not walking through that door. There's a different cast of characters on hand tonight for third-year head coach Dane Johnson. But if anybody can do it, this Flower Mound bunch has showed that they can play you close and pull out the stops at the end and get the win.
Yeah, and they play, some tough teams to start out their season this year. And, I think that whatever year it is for Flower Mound, they have that high-flying, chunking around, potent passing attack, if you will. That's one thing that hasn't changed. But what has changed for this team is they are so much more fundamentally sound on defense with Dane Johnson as the head coach. And, of course, Plano obviously going to have their hands full tonight. They're bouncing back from losing to Allen last Thursday. But at the same time, we talk about it. They get better every single week. We've seen that over the last few years after they played Allen. So we'll see how that happens tonight.
For the Wildcats, obviously you know what they're going to do. Nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary. They're a tradition-laden bunch. They're going to load it up. They're going to pound the ball. That's what they do best. They're 33rd in the Metroplex in rushing offense as a team. And, in fact, they bolster the 20th leading rusher of the season in Brandon Stevens. He's 16th in scoring, and that's after not getting a whole lot done against Allen a week ago. For Flower Mound, the straw that stirs their drink, absolutely. Logan Davis, he is 10th in the Metroplex in passing. 6 foot, 180-pound senior, provides a lot of what they do on the ground as well. But I think the biggest key and the biggest strength of the team has got to be this wide receiving core.
Yeah, they are. They've got great hands. That's the one thing about Flower Mound over the years is that their receivers make the sure-handed grab, if you will. So, Logan Davis, very accurate quarterback. He's going to throw it in right on the numbers. So those defensive backs for Plano, they've got to step up. They've got to lay some hard hits. Make those Jaguar receivers think a little bit before they catch the ball.
Let's bring in the third member of our broadcast booth up here, high atop the John Clark Stadium field, and that's the Dr. Alex Sterling. And had a great line when we were coming over here, Doc, about what this game could be.
Oh, you're right, Thomas. I immediately thought of baseball. I'm like, wow, this one should be huge. 2 baseball powers that I remembered. It's September, and not so much. And I'd hate to give Cody Farhat some bad memories of the regional final loss that would have potentially been a potential state tournament game, which, by the way, Plano had played. They said had a bad game in the region final and possibly could have matched up better with Flower Mound than any of the other groups that played Nouveau.
Yeah, the way that the tournament showed, I think the Plano would have played the Jaguars tougher than any of the teams that they faced. But, of course, Atascocita knocking off the Wildcats in the Region 2 finals, that kept us from a all-champion sports radio kind of championship game. But either way, there's a lot of things to keep track of today, and I think a key point is going to be how the big boys in the trenches, the guys who are close and near to dear to your hearts, are going to perform here tonight, because otherwise neither offense is going to be able to do anything.
No, they're really not, especially for Flower Mound. They want to fling it all over the place, but you can't run that kind of offense if Plano is just going to keep banging on you, give it to Stevens 30 times, and push down the field and dominate time of possession. You won't get enough touches that way. And we see a lot of that happen. I can use the Oklahoma State-Texas Tech game last night as an example, where it was a balanced attack for Oklahoma State, but they kept Tech's offense off the field, got first downs, and that's really for Plano. That's their specialty, is getting first downs, making big plays when they need to.
Let's bring in the fourth member of our broadcast crew, roaming around the sidelines tonight, and to stick his head in all the huddles and bring you all the information from the field is Cameron Brock. Good evening, Cameron.
Good evening, Thomas. As you mentioned, it is homecoming. Lots of moms. The student section is nearly filled to capacity. We're talking 30 minutes before the game right now. Some of the candidates being mentioned for homecoming king and homecoming queen. This student section is ready to go. They're roaring loud. They would love to see a victory over Flower Mound for this Plano Wildcat football team.
Thank you, Cameron. We'll check in with you later on in the broadcast. Tonight's broadcast of Plano Wildcat football is a presentation of the Plano Independent School District. Tonight's broadcast on AM 1160 KVCE on SportsSoundsRadio.com and Champion Sports Radio is sponsored by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances on Main Street in downtown Allen, serving the folks of Collin County for more than 50 years. By Buford Roofing and Construction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected and customer service is guaranteed. By the Flat Shell Auto Service and Repair Center on Preston Road and I-635. Plano ISD football is a presentation of KVCE AM 1160, Sports Sounds Radio, and Champion Sports Radio. Coming up on the pregame show, we'll have interviews with both head coaches. My conversation with Dane Johnson up first. Following that, conversation with the head coach of the Wildcats, J-Don McCall. All that more when we continue in a moment from John Clark Stadium. This is the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2nd, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
And welcome back to the Road Boss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football here on KVCE. Thomas Lee now joined by Dave Johnson, the head coach of the Flower Mound Jaguars. Coach, obviously, this your third season at Flower Mound. You're finally starting to kind of mold this program in your image and so forth. And the biggest thing I've seen is a bunch of kids that fight hard to the very end. And it reminds me of you both as assistant coaches, as a player back in the great days of the Great Dane at South Lake Carroll. So talk a little bit about how, you got a few years under your belt. How do you think things are going there at Flower
Mound? I think things are going really well. I came in here 2 years ago and just trying to completely change the culture, just the mindset. And that's tough. Anytime there's change, it's difficult. But I think our kids have really embraced it. They bought into it. I think we've gotten a lot better. We're real close, I think, of being really, really competitive. Everybody's kind of frustrated, I feel, right now. Players, coaches, even I think our fans are too, because we've shown glimpses of being really good, but we're just not being very consistent yet. But I think it's on the way. I'm real excited about all the things that are happening in the Flower Mound under the program, from our middle schools all the way to our JVs to our varsity. So, I'm pleased with it. I wish it worked a little faster sometimes than it is, but I think we're heading in the right direction.
Obviously well-versed in the attitudes and the folks in the Louisville ISD. You spent some years as an assistant coach with the Hebron staff and so forth. But what do you see, going week in and week out with a district like this? This is something like I've never seen before. 8 weeks of an absolute gauntlet, and every single week a team that could be in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I think 7 out of the 9 teams were in the playoffs last year, something like that. But it's tough, that's just the draw we were given. So you just kind of make do with it. The biggest thing is trying to stay healthy. And then win those close ones. We lost one close one that's hopefully they come back and bind us. But, that's just kind of what it comes down to, just staying healthy and getting ready each game, which shouldn't be hard, because if you don't get ready, the team you play is going to kill you. Because everybody in here is good and they're well coached and they've got good players. So, it's tough, but at the same time, it's exciting, because everyone has a strong tradition in the program, and you get to play good football each week.
Obviously, you guys have played some tremendous backs throughout this young season, and Byron Nelson's spectacular Courtney Miles. You had Dedrick Scrivens last week. I mean, it's kind of next man up for the running backs that your defense has to face here. What do you see on film looking at the Plano running attack and their two great talented backs?
They're good. They're very good. And their offensive line does a good job with them. I mean, they run their stuff, and they're patient. Their running backs are patient. They just wait for the hole to open up. When it does, they hit it. And both of them have the ability to take it to the house at any time. So, it's going to be no tough one. We're going to have to definitely stay in our gaps. Let's play very physical every down and very disciplined. And just, against these guys it's tough, but you got to be great tacklers and swarm to the ball. I mean, they're going to run over one. They might make one miss, but you just can't give them the 60-yard touchdown, the 40-yard touchdown. Make them snap it again and try to drive the length of the field.
Conversely, I mean, you're a fan and a historian when it comes to high school football. You know a lot about tradition yourself from your playing days back at Carroll. But for the Plano Wildcats, it's always been about running the ball and playing strong defense. So when your team has the ball, obviously blocking those big boys up front are going to be very key. But what do you see that makes this defense as tough as it is?
Well, it's just the Plano tradition. They're just very disciplined, They're very simple. They're not very complex. The kids just play hard, and they know what they're supposed to do. So they just let their kids play that way. They don't have to think. They don't have to try to figure things out. They just know what they're doing and how they're going to defend it, and then they just get after it. They're very good, and they got an excellent middle linebacker and a really strong defensive tackle. They put a lot of pressure on you, so it's going to be a big challenge for us.
Final question, Coach. Obviously, this is an important game for you guys. A lot of folks around here are already anointing Allen the two-time defending state champs, the district champs, but that means there are a lot of teams clamoring for just a couple of playoff spots. This one's going to be huge and head-to-head especially. What's it going to take for the Jaguars to try to get a win tonight here at John Clark Stadium?
Well, we're gonna have to take care of the ball. We definitely can't give up any easy ones, cheap ones. We're going to have to play very disciplined, very physical. And we're going to have to make some big plays. We're going to have to have some kids make some big plays for us to keep some drives alive. We can't get behind. We usually do well when we get positive yardage on first down and are not in third and longs. And Plano is very difficult to get first downs against if you're in third and long. So offensively, we're just going to have to play well. We can't have drops, can't have silly penalties, and we can't play behind the chains. And then defensively, we're just going to have to swarm and corral that football. They got an excellent running attack. We're going to have to play real physical and disciplined, stay in our gaps, and then be good tacklers. So if we do those things right there, I think we have a good chance. And we need this. If we want to make the playoffs at all, we're definitely going to have to win this one. It'd be a lot more difficult if we don't. If we're down 0-3 trying to win your next 5. But, I like our chances, and I like our kids. I think they're going to give us a chance to get it done.
Coach, always great talking football with you. Appreciate the time. Best of luck tonight.
No problem. Thank you.
That's Dane Johnson, the head coach of the Flower Mound Jaguars. When we step aside for a break, we'll come back here to John Clark Stadium and my pregame visit with J. Don McCullough, the head coach of the Plano Wildcats. As we continue in a moment, you're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football here on AM 1160 KVCE.
Hey, this is your DFW Sports Angel, Robin Valatudo. Hey, Vinos.
Yeah.
We are shuffling our Sports Blitz Saturday lineup. Inside the game, talking all things sports, 11 a.m., followed by Golf, Grape, and Grub, hosted by Tom Keys and Pamela Wood, and then Texas Links on the air with Pat Wheeler.
Sounds great.
AM 1160, your home for Notre Dame football, the Plano ISD Game of the Week, and Texas Legends basketball. Visit kvceradio.com/sports.
Saturday means Irish football.
You got to respect each other.
Running hard. He's going in.
Long ball downfield. You got to compete as hard as you can.
Fighting down the sideline. Still working. Touchdown Notre Dame. Listen on your home for Notre Dame football.
AM 1160. Tomorrow night, the Fighting Irish battle Syracuse on the road. Coverage starts at 6 right here on your home for Notre Dame football. AM 1160 KVCE.
And welcome back. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football here on KVCE. Thomas Lee now joined by the head coach of the Wildcats, J. Don McCullough. And, Coach, last week, a tough ball game against Allen. You knew how good Allen was going into the contest. And what was your assessment now that you've gotten a chance to go back and look at the film as to how the team competed and played last Thursday?
We didn't play very well, and, we didn't coach very well. We felt like we could have done a better job, and, hindsight's 20/20. If we could go back and do some things over again, we probably would have changed some things. But you know, we just got to move forward. You know, that game's over, and, you know, they're a great team, and they're ranked number 2 in the nation for a reason. I think they've won 30 ball games in a row. So, you know, they're pretty good, you know, and so could we have played better? I think so, but, you know, give Allen the credit, you know, the coaches, they had a great defensive game plan for us, and, you know, we think now looking back on it, is based on some of the things they did schematically, we could have done some things that would have helped us. However, we didn't have it in, and so we made the decision on a short week to try to, you know, keep it as simple as possible so we could execute. You know, so many times in a big ball game like Allen, you know, you come in and with so many things, and you know, of course, you overcoach and you over-scheme, and then the kids don't play very well. And we've had that happen before, and, you know, it's very disappointing. It's very discouraging. You know, Allen, we hadn't beat Allen since 2005, and of course, we came real close in 2012, and we just didn't get the job done. But, you know, Allen's a good football team, and they're going to win a lot of football games. And so we've got to go forward. And that's the thing that we've been emphasizing is, you know, we've got to put that game behind us, and we've got to focus on Flower Mound.
Even though you did have a short week against Allen, it does give you an extra day to prepare for the Jaguars tonight. What do you see from Dane Johnson's team? Obviously, this is now in his 3rd year. They've drastically changed the way that the Jaguars have operated since the last time you faced them when Cody Vanderford was there.
You know, it's definitely an advantage from that aspect. You know, we sent some of our staff to go watch the Plano West and Plano East game, and then the other half went to watch Flower Mound and McKinney Boyd. And I was actually with the group that went to watch Flower Mound. And the thing I see, and their record. They played some really good teams, and their record really, I don't think, indicates. I mean, they play hard for him, and that's the thing I noticed right away. And they play really hard, and him and his coaching staff do a good job. And you know, anytime you play a Louisville school, you know, usually they're going to be tough. And this is a game that if that if we go in and we're focused and we execute and we do what we should do, you know, are supposed to do, then we're going to be happy. But if we go in there and we're not ready to go and we're still thinking about the Allen game, and you know, or we take Flower Mound lightly, and you know, psychologically we're not ready to go. You know, it's not going to be it'd be an embarrassing night because, you know, this is a game that we need to win. It's, you know, I hate to use the word must win, but it's a game, if you look at our schedule, it's a game that we need to win.
With how difficult this whole schedule is, Coach, to your point, it seems like there are a bunch of playoff games throughout the 6-6A schedule this year, and, of course, this is one of them. Yeah, give us a big key for the Wildcats to earn a victory tonight against Flower Mound.
Well, you know, we got to, you know, fortunately for us, the last 3 ball games we haven't had any turnovers, and we really haven't been very, very penalized. We've got to keep that up. We've got to be, you know, we got to be a lot more multiple on offense. A little bit, we got to be a lot more unpredictable, and but at the same time, we've got to do what we do and execute too. So I know that almost sounds like I'm contradicting myself, but I'm not, and I know exactly what I'm thinking in my mind. And you know, we've got to play with a hunger and urgency that it's going to take to beat this team, because this team is just as hungry and anxious as we are, and it'll be the team that goes out, you know, from the start to the end and executes in all 3 phases of the game will be the team that wins. And so, you know, I think that we've got to continue to play great defense. I've been real pleased, you know, with our defense. I feel like we've done some good things. Now, you know, Allen and Kyler Murray, you know, and I felt like if we just had a little bit more offense, like it reminds me a lot of the John Tyler game. If we'd have just had a little bit of offense, we'd have done a lot. We just put our defense in a bad situation. They're out on the field too much. So I would definitely say we've got to move the chains. We've got to execute offensively, and we got to get the ball to our difference makers when it counts most, and defensively continue to play great defense. The other thing I was pleased with was our special teams. I felt like the last game we did well on special teams too. They didn't return a kick on us, which Allen, I think the last 3 games has returned a punt or a kickoff for a touchdown. So that was a big thing going into that game. But anyway, I think those are the keys to us being successful. And I know there's some psychological stuff in there too. When you get beat like we got beat by Allen, I think there's a hangover effect. And it's like I told the kids, we need to get back in the ring, and we need to fight. We need to get after it again. And that's what the main thing I think we got to do is we got to get back in the ring. And that bell's going to ring, and, we got to go over there and execute and get our confidence back. And if we do that, I think we'll be fine.
Coach, best of luck tonight against Flower Mound.
Thank you.
That's Jadon McKellar, the head coach of the Plano Wildcats. When we come back to John Clark Stadium after these messages, starting lineups, tonight's opening kickoff. It's when the Rodenbaugh's Flying American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football continues in a moment on KVCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
Tune in Thursday evenings 5 to 6 as KBCE's Believers in Business presents the Family Law Hour with attorneys Frank Skipper and Donna Smith, discussing divorce, child support, custody, mediation, adoption, and all other areas of family law. The Family Law Hour is the best way to stay informed when it comes to any matters having to do with family law. Both Frank and Donna focus their practices exclusively on family law.
That's Thursday evenings at 5 right here on KVCE AM 1160 and online at kvceradio.com. Brought to you by the David Wayne Law Firm and the law offices of Donna J. Smith.
And welcome here to John Clark Stadium. Tonight's showdown between the Plano Wildcats and the Flower Mound Jaguars will begin right after these messages. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football here on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines.
Mm-hmm.
Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to John Clark Stadium for tonight's showdown between the Plano Wildcats and the Flower Mound Jaguars. Thomas Lee here with you, along with Ryan Mueller, the Dr. Alex Sterling, Cameron Brock down on the sideline. I want to thank you as well for being part of the broadcast tonight on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority. Flower Mound Jaguars have won the opening toss. They have elected to defer their decision to the second half. So the Wildcats will start off taking the football, as opposed to Texas UCLA 2 weeks ago, where Texas kicked off on both halves. And now we have a stoppage in play. There was a band member that fainted during homecoming festivities in the pregame show down in the field, and I think our own Cameron Brock has a report on that. Let's go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
band member, he was pulled off the field during the performance. The band is actually running past me right now as we speak. They're going up into the tunnel. I had to move away from the band member that went down, but he was being tended to. I can tell you this, he was moving, he was breathing, and we ask everyone, we encourage anyone who's listening to drink lots of water. He was dehydrated. They brought lots and lots of water down. Please, anyone who's here, drink lots of water. Yes, it's fair weather, but you can still get dehydrated.
Thank you, Cameron. The officials for tonight's ball game out of the Dallas chapter of officials. Referee Miles McCord, the umpire Eric Ames, Tom Troutman is the line judge, head linesman Stephen Ray, Sheldon Davis, the back judge, the 5 men in stripes tonight. And they are still looking to the side. They've had both teams who initially were lining up for the opening kickoff. I think it's a smart decision by the referee at this point to hold off on play until this young person can be dealt with, because on the sidelines, less than 5 yards off the field, you could easily have a sideline run down this the home sideline here at John Clark Stadium that caromed right into the people who are trying to attend to the dehydrated band member.
Yeah, I think you're right, Thomas. This is a smart decision by the officials, because you run the risk of players, possibly getting in the vicinity of the band member that's down on the field right now. So I think this is the right move. Now you got the guys standing around trying to skip a little bit and keep those legs fresh before the contest.
Time now for your starting lineups for the Plano Wildcat offense, led onto the field by Quinn Waterbury, a 6'4", 200-pound junior. Brandon Stevens, one running back, as the band member is helped to their feet and is walking over to the side, so that's great news there. Brandon Stevens, a 6', 192-pound junior, 20th in the area in rushing, 16th in scoring. Also see a lot of Lapaka Yaro, 5'2", 145-pound junior. The fullback, Bobby Gray, banged up his arm against Allen, but practice this weekend, should be ready to go tonight, 5'10", 200-pound junior. Wide receivers feature Matt Kirchner, 6'3", 195-pound senior. Parker Myers, 5'7", 163-pound senior. Ryan McConnell, 6'3", 185-pound junior. Tight end is Sam Tecklenburg, 6'4", 250-pound senior, verbally committed to Baylor. Offensive line from left to right. Kadarius Cady Smith, the left tackle, 6'2", 255 pounds, a junior. Austin Pugh, the left guard, 5'11", 231-pound senior. Bo Hott, the senior center, 6'3", 282 pounds, committed to Oregon State. Ben White, the right guard, 6'2", 245-pound senior. And Isaiah Williams, the right tackle, 6'1", 257 pounds, a junior. An offensive line that averages 254 pounds per man across the front 5. Flower Mound Jaguar defense is multiple, to say the least. You'll see a lot of 3-man, a lot of 4-man down line. You'll see a lot of 3 linebackers and 4 linebackers. So sometimes they'll play what would be considered a traditional 4-3, sometimes a 3-4. But Coach Johnson said they may go with a lot of 4-4 tonight to load up and get as many talented players down up in the line of scrimmage to slow down this potent Plano rushing attack. If that's the case, defensive ends will feature Matthew Johnstone, a senior, Brandon Bacu, a sophomore, Aaron Nassis, one interior lineman, a senior, and a sophomore, Darrell Rutherford, at the nose guard position. We'll give you the linebackers secondary after the kickoff. We're ready. Short down the right side of the field. Fair catch call for and made at the 26-yard line by Matt Kirchner, and that is where the offense will come out and set up shop. Wildcats moving from left to right on your radio dial here in the first quarter. Linebackers Austin McKee, a senior. Tyson Spencer, who was the Dallas Morning News Player of the Week in Week 2 after the win over Keller. Robert Darnell, middle linebacker, a junior. Also see a lot of Chase Limke, a sophomore, on the outside. Free safety is Blake Winters, a senior. Strong safety, Chandler Clatterbaugh, a senior. Chris Irvin, the right corner, a senior. And the left corner, Clayton Johnson, a senior as well. First down carry right into the pile. Not a lot of room to roam. Maybe a yard, nothing more than that. as the Jaguar defense looked like it was equal to the task to start things off on a first down carry for just a yard.
The doctor mentioned it, how important it is for Plano to keep churning first downs, and it all starts with the first down and being able to get huge chunks of yardage. Nice job by Flower Mound to limit it there.
I formation, now they split out. It's a 5-wide set, quick pass right side. Stevens with a catch. He is upended. Great tackle by Clayton Johnson. It's going to go for 5 yards. It'll set up now 3rd down and 4 for the Wildcats on their own 32.
Yeah, nice quick little toss to Brandon Stevens, who has great hands. And Coach McCullough talked about it in the pregame interview. It's important for Plano to be balanced tonight. They have to run the ball, they have to be able to toss it around, and they have to avoid turnovers. This is a big ball game for both clubs.
3rd down and 4 from the right hash. 2 receivers right, that's the short side of the field. 1 wide left. Waterbury in a shotgun. Pump fake, now hands off. Great delay draw. Stevens with a first down to the 40-yard line, stood up there and knocked down after a gain of 8. Big first down gained on the ground by Brandon Stevens. First down brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances.
It has been such a joy to watch this offensive line for Plano from week to week because of just how quick they are. Sam Tecklenburg is 6'4", 250 pounds, but he's awfully quick. He sealed off a huge wall, and a hole opened up for Brandon Stevens.
First down and 10 on their own 40 from the right hash. Snap back to Stevens as the quarterback takes it. Direct snap, goes around the left side, turns the corner. Gets 3, maybe 4 yards before he's pushed out of bounds. They're going to mark him out at the 43. 3-yard gain on the play. Great lateral pursuit by this Jaguar defense. Chase Lemke, the sophomore, pushing Stevens in. It'll be 2nd and 7.
Again, Joey Stone loves to sprinkle in that Wildcat because it gives Brandon Stevens the ball quicker off the snap. And as you said, the Jaguars were ready for it. They rotated over. Everybody contributed on that play, and hard to contain Brandon Stevens, but they did.
2nd down and 7. Shotgun set. Stevens, direct snap. Zone read, pulls it out of the belly of Yara, takes off down the right side to the 40. To the 35, is hit from behind and tackled inside the 30 and down to the 28-yard line. What a run by Stevens. You see how electric he is. Following behind some great blocking. Matt Kirchner out there leading the way. It's going to go for a 29-yard gain and a first down for the Wildcats, brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
Now, these Wildcats love to catch the ball, these receivers, but they also love to lay a block. And as you said, Kirchner was able to lay a key one right there, but nice job by Brandon Stevens to hold on to the football. Blake Winters almost pumped it from behind.
First down, inside give, maybe a yard, maybe 2, nothing more than that, as Yoro is brought down at the 26, 27-yard line, right in between those two. Good job by Nassis, the interior lineman, along with Rutherford, to bring him down. It'll be 2nd down and long.
Everybody plugging up holes for Flower Mound. You never know what's going to come out of that backfield. Heavy dose of Brandon Stevens, but you also have Gray and Yoro, who are tremendous runners as well.
Snap back to Waterbury. Pump and go down the left side. Has a man thrown up in the air, and it's intercepted. Boy, the pump and go did not fool the defensive back. Great position on the outside by Chris Irvin. Check that actually as Devin Coleman, the junior, with the INT intended for Kirchner. And the game's first turnover is a big one for the Jaguars.
Yeah, Plano tries to get that big explosive play, and Flower Mound just wasn't having it. As you said, cornerback plants himself right in front of receiver. He climbs the ladder, and he picks it off. Ball a little bit underthrown from Waterbury, but trying to keep it so that his receiver could catch it inbounds, but that's a turnover.
And now the Jaguar offense comes out, led by Logan Davis, 6 foot, 180-pound senior, 10th in the area in passing. Ryan Daly, the running back, 6 foot, 200-pound senior. We'll give you the receivers and the line after this first down and 10 play. Empty set, pass, left side, incomplete. As it was intended for Freddie Jackson, a junior. Other receivers out there, Thomas Jeffries, senior. Brendan Elvis, a junior. Clayton Johnson, a senior. Nick Ryan, a senior. Offensive line from left to right, Evan Curl, the left tackle, a senior. Left guard is Dane Marwood, a senior. Balin Smith, the junior center. Right guard, Ren Ubri, a junior. And the right tackle, Nolan McDaniel, a senior. So after an incomplete pass on first down, it's 2nd and 10. Snap back, rolling Davis to his left. Heavy pressure, steps and fires down the sideline. Great fingertip catch. What a nice job of snagging at the high point by Thomas Jeffries, as Davis had to put it over the linebacker who was close. Actually, the safety. It was Cody Farhad who almost had an opportunity for a pick. Great throw by Davis, and it's going to go for a Jaguar first down.
Yeah, outstanding throw on the run, too. And I told you Davis is accurate. He could put it on the numbers when he has to. He couldn't have done that there. He needed to keep the ball away from the defender, so the outstretched arms of the receiver, it hit him right in the palms.
Davis 1st and 10. Jaguars on their own 22. This time rolling the pocket to the right, trying to change that release point. He's going to tuck it and run. Gets 3, 4, 5 yards before he's pushed out of bounds at the 29-yard line. Give him 7 yards on a designed run-pass option. And great decision-making once again by the senior signal caller for the Jags.
Yeah, linebackers, defensive backs going to have to be quick to get after the quarterback because he is a dual threat. Logan Davis can run, he can pass, so Wildcat defense has to rotate over as quick as possible.
2nd down and 3. Jaguars on their own 29-yard line. Ball on the right hash. Moving from right to left in a scoreless ball game. 8:29 left to go here in the first. Handoff and nothing doing there as they try to sweep it around the left side. Colton Pusateri blasting Lemke down to the turf. It's going to be actually a loss of a couple on the play. Wildcat defense led by defensive ends Brandon Wallow Sr. and Tucker Palacia Jr. Sam Tecklenburg, the senior, and Connor Welch, also a senior, the 2 tackles inside. Jason Lee, the strong side linebacker, a senior. Nima Bimahani, a senior middle linebacker, and Pusateri making the tackle there, also a senior. Aaron Regas, a sophomore corner, joined on the other side by Dejon Howard, a senior. TJ Lee, the junior strong safety, leading tackler on the team. Cody Farhat, the free safety. 3rd down and 5. Pass over the middle, and this is snagged. Nice grab by Quentin Morris, a senior. It's going to be a yard shy of the first down. And it'll bring up maybe decision time for Dane Johnson here early.
The Wildcats hugging the line of scrimmage defensively and staying home with the receivers. TJ Lee does a tremendous job of staying with the receiver, able to, as soon as the catch is made, bring him to the turf.
Officials taking a good long look at this one. And we'll be bringing out the chains for a measurement. I think he's a good 6 inches short. Let's see where the chain comes out, and it is. Maybe 4 inches short. That was close. So we'll be 4th down, but with a left guard at 270, a right guard at 305, you may see Davis just get up under center and surge forward. Jaguars feel like they pretty much have nothing to lose. They have to win this ball game, and the way it started out so far with getting a turnover on the first Plano drive, continuing it here would be huge for Flower Mound.
But again, Dane Johnson may not want to take that risk, Thomas, because if they don't get it, Plano is obviously on the Jaguar side of the field to start their drive. So we'll see what happens.
Fourth down in inches, and the Jaguars look like they're going for it. The offense is out there. 1 receiver to the right. That's the short side of the field. 2 to the left. Shotgun set. Timeout, Flower Mound. We'll take it with them. 7:17 left to go first quarter. 4th and inches. Decision time for the Jags. Back to John Clark Stadium after these messages. It's still scoreless between Plano and Flower Mound. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. 7:17 left to go first quarter. Wildcats with a turnover on their first drive, and now Jaguars, after taking a timeout, facing 4th down and inches, look like they're still going to go for it. Dane Johnson, confidence in his offensive line. Snap back, play action fake. They're going to go to the air, down the middle, has a man. It's caught at the 45 and brought down right at the midfield stripe. Cody Farhat saves a touchdown. As the tight end, lined up at tight end was Chase Lemke, the sophomore, takes it 19 yards. What a call, what execution by the Jags.
Heavy rush comes in, and Logan Davis knows he's got his streaking tight end over the middle of the field. All he does is just place that ball. He arcs it up over the top, and a nice play call by offensive coordinator Scott Campbell, and the Jaguars are in business.
Heavy pressure on Davis, too. Man in motion from right to left. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Empty set, quarterback draw. Davis cuts back inside. It's 3 yards down close to the 46 before he is brought down. To Corey Sanders, the 5'10", 180-pound sophomore, in on the stop. Let's go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
2nd down 6.
Little technical difficulties. We'll check in with him here after this 2nd down and 7 play. Still scoreless, 6:05 remaining first quarter. Snap back, quick pass right side, maybe a double pass. Turns and fires, unloads down the side. Has a man all alone and the ball goes through his hands. Couldn't quite haul it in, but what a great play call, great execution. Just couldn't quite make the catch.
3rd down 6.
Tough sequence there for the Jaguars.
I think that was Dylan Gorlick streaking down the sideline, and you could tell he knew the ball. He had a shot, a real chance, and that one just slipped through his fingertips.
3rd down and 7. Quick pass right side. Catch is made out across the 45 and down to the 43-yard line. So the pass is hauled in that time for the Jaguars by Colton Wilson, a junior, and they're so deep at wide receiver. We will see probably close to half a dozen or more guys make catches tonight for the Flower Mound Jaguars. That's what Coach Johnson was talking about in his pregame interview.
And as quickly as they run plays, too, keep those fresh legs on the field. If everybody is that good and he has that much depth, why not rotate some guys out?
Going for it on 4th and 3, inside the 43. Flushed out of the pocket. Davis turns the corner, 1st down and more. 35-30, down the sideline, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Flower Mound. My goodness, everything going the Jaguars' way tonight. It's a 43-yard touchdown run for Logan Davis. The Jags roll the dice and come up aces on the 4th down gamble.
Yeah, just broke down quickly, and Davis was flushed out. No problem for him. He has done that last 3 or 4 ball games. Electrifying speed. We saw it showcased last Thursday with Allen, and now here's Logan Davis showing his speed.
Couldn't have a better start for Dane Johnson and the Jaguars. Let's see how the Wildcats respond. 5:01 left to go first quarter. Flower Mound 7, Plano nothing. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KBCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Flower Mound answers on their first drive of the game. 3 first downs, 10 plays, 90 yards on the touchdown drive. 3:47 off the clock, capped off by a 43-yard touchdown run by quarterback Logan Davis. 5:01 to go in the first quarter. Flower Mound 7, Plano nothing. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Kickoff goes out of bounds, and so it'll be good starting field position for the Wildcats. We go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
Hi, Thomas. One of the band members has now been taken off the field. They're standing, walking, they're back up the tunnel. But there was actually a second band member who was still laying down on the ground further on the sidelines. So 2 band members been dehydrated. The trainers have a lot of work today. Back to you guys.
Hope they're going to be okay. Our thoughts and well wishes are with them. Looks like there was a flag that we missed on the kickoff. And after the penalty yardage is marked off, or perhaps Coach McCullough just wanted him to kick it again. With the potent return game of the Wildcats, it's not a bad decision. Make the Jaguars cover them once again.
And to go back to that drive, too, for Flower Mound, Thomas, give Dane Johnson a lot of credit for rolling the dice. Twice they go for it on 4th down, they get it, and, of course, end up with a touchdown. That's a very, very important drive off a turnover for Flower Mound.
Yarrow and Howard back deep for the Wildcats. This is not going to get to him, though. It's high, short, taking it to 21, straight up field, spin move. Making something happen there. Gets out across the 30 and close to the 35-yard line. Ja'Cory Sanders, the linebacker, one of the up men on the return there. And that is where Plano will take over with 4:53 remaining here in the first quarter. And the opening drive for the Wildcats looked so promising until the great defensive play made by the Jaguar defensive back.
And that's been a key for Coach McCullough tonight. We got to limit our mistakes, as it is every week. I feel like I hear him say that every week, but it's true. It's important.
First down and 10, Wildcats on their own 34 from the left hash. 2 receivers left, short side of the field, 1 to the right. Hard count, movement on the line, and flags fly. We should hear from our referee at this point. Miles McCord's not even playing around. A lot of times they'll try using the microphone. The referees will here at the stadium. Not even tonight. I don't even know if he's wearing it.
He's very deliberate with his hand signals, though, Thomas.
He's an old school referee. So 5 yards on offside call against the Jaguars. And so it'll be first down now and 5 for the Plano Wildcats at their own 39-yard line. Ball in the left hash. Stevens lining up at quarterback. Snap back, falling behind Gray. Great block by Gray. Busted open a huge hole out to the outside, to the 50, to the 45, before Stevens is run out of bounds by Chandler Ketterblaw. What a run. Give him 17 yards as he steps out at the 44 in Flower Mound territory. And a first down brought to you by the Flat Shell Service Center.
An impressive block by, you said Bobby Gray, and also Austin Pugh, the left guard, getting in there and pancaking a defender. And that's why Brandon Stevens had so much space.
Waterbury is split out wide left in the formation as a receiver. Stevens awaiting the direct snap. Zone read, pulls it out of the belly of Gray. Great sidestep. Oh, he's electric. Inside the 40 and down to the 37. 7 yards gained by Stevens using that lateral quickness. It'll be second down and 3.
He just runs with such a full head of steam at defenders, but he's able to change direction at any point in time. So these Jaguar defenders are having a tough time defending the Wildcat here tonight.
Garrett Frederick, the junior, is wide left in the formation. That's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers right. Lots of movement before the ball is snapped. This one's going to go against Plano. It's a false start on the Wildcats. Second and 3 turns into second down and 8.
Disheartening, and I know that is a point of emphasis for Coach McCullough over the last 2 to 3 weeks. Ever since John Tyler, he talked about at the very end of the game, we cannot beat ourselves. And you know that is on the minds of the players right now. Hey, let's not go down that road.
Kirchner wide left in the formation. Slat left is Sam Arango. Inside give to Lapaka Yoro. Inside the 40 and down to the 39-yard line. That's a tough 3 yards or so. Big tackle made by Robert Darnell, the middle linebacker for the Jaguar defense. It's going to set up 3rd down and 5 now for the Wildcats.
I think one thing that's guaranteed, we've come to Clark Field here over the last several weeks, is that Lapaka Yoro is going to give you his all. I mean, he got stood up and he kept going, and that's the heart of that young man right there.
Frederick wide left, the only receiver out there. Tecklenburg and Kirchner, tight ends on the left end of the line. And now a timeout taken by the Wildcats. We'll take it with them. 3:13 left to go, first quarter. Jaguars with a 7-0 lead, but the Wildcats driving 3rd and 5 to Flower Mound 39. When we return to John Clark Stadium, you'll listen to the Rodenbaugh Flooring America and Appliances presentation of Wildcat football on AM 1160 KVCE Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
3:13 left to go, first quarter. Jaguars 7, Wildcats nothing. Plano with the ball. 3rd down and 5 from the right hash. The Flower Mound 39. Direct snap, Stevens. Straight downfield. Going to get about 3 yards. Maybe more like 2.5 before he is stood up, tackled. Great job. His linebacking core is very impressive. That was Tyson Spencer, who was the Dallas Morning News Player of the Week a couple of weeks ago. And decision time for Jadon McCullough.
I don't think it's a question here. The way they've been running the ball, you got 3 yards to go. Go for it.
Waterbury under center. It's got 2 tight ends on the right, wing back to the left. Now everybody moves over to the left side. Gray, Kirchner, and Tecklenburg. They go toss, sweep left. Great cut block. Great sidestep. Stevens still on his feet to the 20, the 15, to the 10. Headed to the pylon, and he's in. Touchdown, Plano. 37-yard touchdown run for Brandon Stevens as he scampers in with his 9th touchdown of the season.
He got off to such a great start because of the block from Bobby Gray. Boy, a fullback really can lay the wood. And that little seam opened up for Brandon Stevens, and talked about the shifty moves. He changed his direction quickly and off to the races. And Plano answers back.
Folks, this is a development here. We see Sam Tecklenburg come out of the ballgame for a play. He plays every snap on offense, every snap on defense. He's on special teams. Right now he came over to the sideline, maybe just getting a quick drink of water and a quick blow before he has to go back out there. Here's the extra point. Snap is down, kick is up. It is good. New score for John Clark Stadium. Wildcats 7, Jaguars 7. 2:26 left to go, first quarter. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh Flooring America and Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be 3 things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
37-yard touchdown run by Brandon Stevens has tied this game up. 2 first downs, 6 plays, 66 yards in the touchdown drive. 2:35 comes off the clock. Plano 7, Flower Mound 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Great answer by the Wildcats. Now they kick it off left to right. Line drive kick towards the pylon, and actually is going to go out of bounds before it reaches the end zone. So kickoff out of bounds. See if Coach Johnson wants to re-kick or take the starting field position. But what an answer by the Wildcat offense. Really explosive play after explosive play on that drive.
We talked about it, during the break, that they were on such a good groove their first drive and the hiccup with the interception, but offense continues to roll. I like how they've mixed and matched and thrown in different things. They have the Wildcat for Brandon Stevens, and Bobby Gray has laid some key blocks. The offensive line showing up, so a lot clicking on the offensive side of the ball for the Wildcats.
Jaguars come out. They'll take over on their own 30-yard line. First down and 10, 2:26 left to go. First quarter, tie ball game, 7 apiece. Jaguar offense 1 for 1 on touchdown drives today, although aided with a couple of fourth down conversions. Wide splits, back to pass, throws it up and deep down the right side. It's incomplete. This one intended for Brendan Alvis. He was double covered on the play by the combination of Regas and Farhat, and that's not somewhere I would go with the ball. It's probably two of the best secondary defenders for Plano.
And I think Logan Davis hoping that Alvis could outrun him. I mean, it's just where he put that football. And Logan had enough time. Nice job by the offensive line. He just stepped back, surveyed the field, knew where he was going to go. It just problem was it was whistled in there a little bit too fast.
Jeffries wide left, Morris slot left, tight left is Alvis. That's the wide side of the field. Looking to pass, swing it out left side, catch by Alvis. Looking for a bubble screen. Stops, restarts, gets across the 30, and then is hammered down by 3-4 Wildcat defenders. TJ Lee first there to bring him down. Ja'Cory Sanders and Cody Farhat also in on the stop, limited it to a gain of 2. We go down to the field and check in with Cameron.
Third down 9.
Thomas, there was a substance on Sam's jersey. It was blood. He had to come out for blood. So I'll send it back to you guys for this next play.
Ball spotted at the 31-yard line. Jaguars facing third down and 9. 3 receivers right. That's the wide side of the field. Snap back. Davis fires left side. Caught and then immediately tackled. The receiver who just ran a quick little curl route. Pass hauled in by Chandler Clatterbaugh, the defensive back who came in there. Tackled ferociously by Connor Welch on the play. It's a play that's going to be wiped out, it looks like. Would have been a 4-yard gain if it stood, but we've got penalty flags down now. And the line judge talking it over with Jado McCullough, who may decline it and force a 4th and 5 for the Jaguars. Actually, they're going to spot it at the 34-yard line, so it's a 3-yard gain on the play. Penalty is declined, and the Jaguars punt unit will come out on the field. Turn man Howard standing at about the 39-yard line, his own 39. Waiting the pass, it's back to him. Side kick down the right side, out of bounds, around the 30-yard line. 36 yards on the punt, nothing on the return. 61 seconds left to go, first quarter, in a tie ball game. Plano and Flower Mound, 7 apiece.
A nice defensive stand for Plano. Remember the very first offensive series for Flower Mound. Logan Davis able to beat the Wildcat D with his feet. Nothing doing that time, and Plano will try to crack the scoreboard once again.
First down and 10, Wildcats on their own 30-yard line. Pistol formation, handoff, Stevens through the right side, big hole. Turns the corner to the 35, to the 40, 45, 50, cuts back inside, down the sideline, to the 35, to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Plano! My goodness! Look at the quicks on Stevens as he goes 70 yards for a Wildcat touchdown.
Effortless. Brandon Stevens makes it look so easy, and I love the way he got out into open space, but he needed a couple of key blocks down the stretch, and he got him. He read him the right way and just kept motoring to the end zone. And Plano takes the lead.
Extra points out of the hold of Kirchner. The kick is up and good. For Tyler Brogan, second PAT of the night, puts him now at 11 of 12 on the season. New score. Wildcats take the lead here at home at John Clark Stadium. It's Plano 14, Flower Mound 7. 46 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Brandon Stevens with a 70-yard touchdown run gives Plano the lead. Took only one play, 15 seconds. 46 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Plano 14, Flower Mound 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Kickoff on down to the 5-yard line, down the right sideline to the 10 to the 15, 20. Slowed up across the 25. And it's going to be tackled at about the 27-yard line. Pretty decent return there for Nick Ryan. And the Jaguars will set up shop at their own 28-yard line with 39 seconds left to go here in the first quarter.
Just unbelievable moves by Brandon Stevens. And, you know, it was tough last week against Allen because how big and physical they are. But the offensive line for Jadon McCullough, give them an A+. They are creating lanes for whoever's coming out of that backfield, and it's been a lot of Brandon Stevens tonight, and this is I wouldn't say a breakout game because we know how talented he is, but it's a big first half for him.
Rolling out to the left side, going to be hit and just lampooned down on the turf. Nowhere for Hayden Hauser, the sophomore quarterback who has come in to replace Davis on this drive to go as he loses, well, it looks like 9 yards all the way back to the 18-yard line. Great lateral quickness by this fast attacking Wildcat defense.
Nima Bibahani, he's been in on plays, but he hasn't been able to finish, and that just gives credit to, you know, the quarterback for Flower Mound, Logan Davis, how quick he is. I know he's not in there now, but nice play by Bibahani.
Back to pass. Hauser puts it up. Corner route on the left side. A little overthrown out of bounds. Nowhere really to put it. Howard with great coverage on the play. Pass intended for Austin McKee. And the incompletion will bring up now 3rd down and 19 for the Jaguars.
And that's the first quarter. Score Wildcats 14.
That'll do it for the first quarter of play. Plano with a 14-7 lead over the Flower Mound Jaguars. We'll be back to John Clark Stadium after these messages. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Mm-hmm. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Get ready to start the second quarter of play. Both teams really bringing their A game tonight. As each of the first few drives of the ball game have had high drama. An interception for the Wildcats on their first possession. Flower Mound with a touchdown drive of their own to take a 7-0 lead. Then Plano answers with a touchdown run. got a stop, forcing a punt. And the Wildcats cash in a one-play touchdown drive after that. That's where we are, 14-7. Jaguars now facing 3rd down and 18 on their own 18. Hauser, the quarterback, tries to scramble, runs up, and is going to be hit and dropped. And again, the pursuit. This time by Jason Lee coming in on the stop. It's going to be officially no gain on the play and bring up punting time for Flower Mound.
Outstanding anticipation by Lee to figure out where the quarterback is going. And Hayden Hauser knew he didn't have anywhere to deliver the football, so he had to take off. Lee saw that good angle tackle to bring down the ball carrier.
High punt, gets it away from the heavy rush on the left side. The right-footed kicker kicks it end over end. It's going to bounce in Flower Mound territory and be down at the 47-yard line. 28 yards on the punt, nothing on the return. 11-11 left to go here in the first half. The Wildcats have the ball in Jaguar territory and a 14-7 lead.
A good decision, too, by T.J. Lee just to let the ball bounce. Now, it could have taken a wicket to bounce and went into Wildcat territory, but hey, right near midfield, and Plano's looking to strike again.
Handoff right up the gut. Nothing doing this time, though, as Waterbury gives to Gray and gets maybe about the length of the football. That's about it. Talked about for years, this Flower Mound Jaguar team was one that would race you up and down the field and try to match you point for point. But Dane Johnson in his 3rd year is really starting to turn the culture. This is one of the, I guess, the most active and intense defenses I think I've seen so far this year. Tecklenburg tight end on the right side. Pistol formation, handoff. Stevens with a spin move, still on his feet to the 40. Great open field tackle there. 2 Jaguar defenders combined on the stop. Blake Winters and Chandler Clatterbaugh bring down Stevens right at the 40. It's a 6-yard gain and brings up 3rd down and 4.
You make a great point, Thomas, about Flower Mound and the way they've been over the years. Used to be that, yeah, they score a lot of points, but they can't stop anybody. That was the criticism for Flower Mound. Well, that has all changed because, as you and I know, Dane Johnson's such a defensive-minded guy. Did a great job as the defensive coordinator at Hebron. Then down in Bernie did a good job as the head coach. And now here at Flower Mound, his defense very physical.
Roll the pocket right. Stevens looks like he wants to throw, and he does! Inside the 30, down to the 25-yard line. The catch is made by Conley McCabe. If Stevens wasn't across the line of scrimmage. And that is going to be the call. So the penalty will take the first down off the board. Was all the way down to the 25-yard line. And it'll be 3rd down now. And 9 for the Wildcats at the Flower Mound 45-yard line.
Yeah, Brandon Stevens had the right idea, just threw the ball past the line of scrimmage, was something you can't do, but I've seen a handful of times this season where they've had him do that little halfback toss, and they wouldn't allow him to do it if he wasn't good at it. Nice job.
They actually mark off 6 yards on the penalty. It's 3rd down and 10. Waterbury back to pass, sets up a screen, left side, catch by Stevens. Great blocking to the 35 to the 30. Down the sideline he goes, 20, 15, 10. Takes on tacklers and is knocked out of bounds inside the 5. All the way down to the 2-yard line. It's a 44-yard screen pass from Waterbury to Stevens, and it sets up 1st and goal for the Wildcats. First down brought to you by Rodenbaugh.
As an offensive coordinator, that's one thing you hope. If you throw that halfback screen, you're hoping that when your running back catches the football, there's nobody within 5 yards of him, and that's what happened. And Brandon Stevens is so good at reading the angles. He read a good one right there for a big gainer.
First down and goal from the 2 for the Wildcats. I formation, 2 tight ends right side. They go toss sweep right to Stevens. Strings it out down the line of scrimmage and in for 6. Brandon Stevens' third touchdown of the first half gives the Wildcats a 2-score lead.
It's another example of making it look easy. You know, when Brandon Stevens needs to pound it right up the middle in between the tackles, he'll do that. When he has to be patient and wait for a hole open up, he does that as well. That was the second example there where he just waited till that little seam opened and he's in for a touchdown.
Extra point snap is up, kick is good. 9:05 left to go here first half. Wildcats 21, Jaguars 7. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on AM 1160 KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Brandon Stevens has now scored 3 touchdowns on his last 4 touches, this time from 2 yards out. 2 first downs, 4 plays, 46 yards in the touchdown drive. 2:06 off the clock. 9:05 to go in the first half. Plano 21, Flower Mound 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Of course, the one time he didn't score a touchdown, he just took it 44 yards on a screen pass down to the 2-yard line to set himself up. Here's a kickoff from Brogan all the way down inside the 5, taken there at the 3, angling left. Trying to turn the corner at the 10, stood up, hit and dropped near the 20-yard line. Pretty decent return there for Nick Ryan. And the Jaguar offense comes out. 1st and 10, 8:57 left to go. First half, Wildcats leading at 21-7.
Yeah, Brandon Stevens gets that touchdown, but remember, it doesn't happen. Well, it may not have happened if Plano's defense doesn't do its job and force Flower Mound to punt, and then they get the ball at midfield at the 46 in Jaguar territory. All that sets up for Brandon Stevens to not have a whole lot of green to run the football, and he just made it happen so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Plano's up 21-7.
Second quarter scores around District 6-6A.
They're going to spot it back at the 35 now and re-kick after the penalty. Looked like it was offsides against Plano.
Marcus 14, Allen 7.
Coming up on the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show, we will have scores from around the area, specifically around the district. We'll also have highlights of this explosive first half. First half stats, all that more. And a conversation with Jadon McCullough. So the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show begins here in 8 minutes and 57 seconds. Here's a kickoff deep down the left side this time, down inside the 10 to the 8, taken there across the 15 to the 20. Run forward to the 25, runs through one tackle and gets out to the 26. And that's going to be about it. Maybe the 27-yard line. So a good 5 or 6 yards extra gained after the penalty. 8:46 left to go here in the first half. Jaguars will have the ball 1st and 10, trailing 21-7.
And hopefully for Flower Mound, we'll see Logan Davis come back out. Nothing against Hayden Hauser, but as we mentioned in the pregame show, it's Davis who is the straw that stirs the drink. And he has had some fine plays in the first 2 possessions of Flower Mound's offense here at Clark Stadium.
Fans, as you get up and go, got up and win. Goes to the
So 1st down and 10.
The experts in motion.
Jaguar offense back out there, 1st and 10 on their own 27-yard line. Keeper by Davis as he runs up, gets a yard, maybe 2. McCabe and company there to slam the door shut.
Second down 9.
And Connor Welch in there to make the stop, and Davis had run so freely when he got that 48-yard running touchdown. Things have changed a little bit as you see the defensive backs and defensive tackles going after the feet of the quarterback.
2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun set, snap back, play fake. Pass down the seam. It's intercepted. Cody Farhat picks it off at the 44. Down the right sideline he goes to the 20, to the 15, inside the 10, still on his feet, stumbles into the end zone. Touchdown, Plano. 44-yard interception return for a touchdown for Cody Farhat. But hold the phone. We do have a penalty flag back at the 24-yard line.
It reminded of last week's game against Allen, where Cody Farhat seemed like he was in on every play, but it was a near interception. That has to feel good for the senior free safety, where he's read the eyes of the quarterback the entire time. The ball smoked in there, and Farhat read it perfectly. Finally got that interception he's been looking for.
It's going to be a personal foul against Plano. Post-possession, though, Wildcat offense will come out on the field and have excellent starting field position. Just not the touchdown that Farhat thought he had earned for the Chicago Maroon.
First and 10, Plano on the 39-yard line.
Play is brought in by Ryan McConnell. He splits out wide left. Slot left is Sam Arongo. It's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers right. Stevens slot right. Wide right is Kirchner. Play action fake. Waterbury loads up. Goes deep down the right side. Has a man into the end zone. Touchdown Plano. Matt Kirchner holds it in from 39 yards out. Kirchner's second receiving touchdown of the season is an explosive one, an exclamation point on the momentum shifting to the Wildcats side of the field.
And Quinn Waterbury saw it the whole way. He saw Kirchner split 2 defenders, get behind him, and that's where he was going with the football. Great protection. They're just really in rhythm on that play. Quarterback with a strong throw, and Plano adds to their lead.
Snap is down, kick is up. It is good. 7:46 left to go here in the first half. Since the opening touchdown scored by the Flower Mound Jaguars, it has been all Wildcats. 28 unanswered for Plano. They now lead at 28-7. 7:46 left to go first half. You're listening to Plano Wildcat football on KVCE, presented by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Fourth straight touchdown drive for Plano. This time a 39-yard touchdown pass from Waterbury to Matt Kirchner. This is after the Cody Farhat interception. 7:46 to go here in the first half. Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Kickoff from right to left. All the way down to the 7-yard line. Taken there. Angling left. Trying to turn the corner. Great job stringing it out. Wildcat special teams forces Nick Ryan out of bounds before he can get to the 15-yard line. So about 6 or 7 yards on the return, nothing more than that. It'll be Jaguar ball, 1st and 10 on their own 14 with 7:38 left to go here in the first half.
And I think Flower Mound knows they have to score here. I mean, there's about 7.5 minutes left to go in the half, but they need an answer back. They need it right now to close the gap.
Empty set for Logan Davis. 1st and 10 on his own 14. Jaguars looking to try to come back in this one. Takes off and runs to the left side, forced out of bounds by Dejon Howard.
Logan Davis, the keeper.
He's going to get 2 yards before being pushed out of bounds. And I love the quick decision-making from Davis. When he realizes nothing's there, he just tries to get as much as he can with his legs.
And once that happens, and once he commits, Dejon Howard broke off of his receiver, Thomas. He went right after Logan Davis to force him out of bounds.
2nd down and 8. Dylan Gorlick, wide right. Widest of 2 receivers. 2 receivers left as well. From the left hash, 2nd down and 8. From their own 16. Back to pass, heavy pressure, flushed out, rolling to his left. Steps and fires across his body. Penalty flag flies in the defensive backfield. The officials are going to say the catch was made at the 30-yard line. If it stands, it'll be a 19-yard pitch and catch. Wait and hear. Well, we won't hear. We'll wait and see what our officials have to say. And it is going to be a penalty against Plano. It is declined. It'll be a 1st down for the Jaguars. We go downstairs and check in with our sideline reporter, Cameron Brock.
Hi, guys. As you mentioned, 28 unanswered points after the opening turnover and touchdown by Flower Mound. It's all business. These guys aren't smiling.
1st down and 10. Jaguars on their own 30. Design QB draw. Bounces away from one tackler to the left side and is running out of bounds after 5, 6, 7 yards. Actually give Davis 8 yards on the carry out to the 38-yard line. And pretty impressive answer. I mean, after 4 consecutive touchdowns and all the momentum on the Plano side of the field, get this Jaguar team getting out there doing everything they can to try to scratch and claw their way back into this.
And Davis, I mean, you get an 8-yard pickup on 1st down. That's really, really key. I think Wildcats have tightened things up on 1st and 2nd downs. It's been tough for Flower Mound to get themselves in a manageable 3rd down situation. Well, now they got 2 yards to go on 2nd down.
2nd down and 2 on schedule are the Jaguars. Snap back, design QB draw again. Runs out to the left side, turns the corner, 1st down across the 40, down to the 43. 5-yard gain for Logan Davis before he is brought down on the play. A couple of guys in on the stop, leading the way. Tomas Venegas. But it is enough for a Jaguar 1st down.
And Venegas hits him hard, and I think you're going to see a lot of that here the rest of the way. Logan Davis continues to carry and scamper. Wildcats defenders are going to make him pay.
3 down linemen for the Wildcats, 1st and 10 for the Jags, and I think the false start is going to be the call here against Flower Mound.
False start, the call against Flower Mound.
6:36 left to go here in the 1st half. Plano with a 28-7 lead. Flower Mound with the ball now, 1st down and 15 on their own 38.
And you can see it, the body language of Logan Davis. He is absolutely wiped out there. He is tired after how many times we have seen him run with a football. Where the offensive line really has to step it up, pick it up for Flower Mound. They want to try to work their way back into the ballgame.
1st and 15 from the left hash. Fires over the middle. What a great defensive play made. The ball is almost literally taken away from the receiver by TJ Lee. He does force an incomplete pass. But my goodness, you couldn't have had better coverage as he was step for step with Clayton Johnson down the middle of the field.
And sometimes you gamble because you go after the interception. Not the case. There's no gamble about it for Wildcat defenders. When Cody Farhat picked off his pass, he was sure. He made a beat on the ball. He picked it off. Same thing there on that play.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. From the left hash, 2nd and 15. Swing it out right side. Catch is made. Turns the corner. 45. Cuts inside. Lunges down close to the 50. Excellent effort there by Clayton Johnson. A little swing pass out of the backfield. Goes for a healthy gain on the play. Close to 10 yards. It's going to bring up now 3rd down and 5 for the Jaguars as we go inside of 5:40 remaining 1st half.
Now that is some hard work by Clayton Johnson. Once he caught the pass, he got upended, almost flipped around at the 45 and ends up at the 48. Got 3 more yards for that effort. Nice hustle.
Third down and 5 from the right hash. One receiver that side is Ryan. 3 to the left. They're going to roll the pocket to the left. Steps and fires. Those way downfield. Tipped in, almost caught, almost intercepted. Great coverage by Farhat. As it was 3v3. Clayton Johnson, the receiver for the Jaguars. Cody Farhat, the safety for the Wildcats. And both kids giving great effort. Farhat able to tip it away and force the incompletion.
Well, that all stems from Brandon Wall, the defensive end for the Wildcats, because Logan Davis was looking to take off, but he couldn't because the gap closed quickly. Brandon Wall's right there. He knows he's got to get rid of it, and he goes right after Clayton Johnson again, but well covered. Love the play from Cody Farhat. Man, he really gives 110%.
They're going to go for it. Jeffries wide left. Johnson slot left. Tight left is Morris, but before they can snap the ball, timeout call by the Wildcats. We'll take it with them. Back to Clark Stadium after these messages. Plano 28, Flower Mound 7, 5:13 left to go in the first half. You're listening to Plano Wildcat Football presented by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Fourth down and 5 for the Flower Mound Jaguars as they trail Plano 28-7. 5:13 left to go first half. Jags on their own 48-yard line. 3 receivers left. One to the right, one wing back right side as well for Davis in a shotgun set. 4th and 5 from their own 48. Hard count, lots of movement. The center didn't snap the ball. There was no contact, and all the Wildcats got back on the correct side of the field. Gorlick wide right. In short side of the field is that side. Back to pass. Looking left. Fires over the middle. There's a man, and a flag comes flying in. The pass was intended for Quentin Morris. There were 2 defenders, both safeties, bracketing him. In fact, Nima Bahani wasn't that far behind as well. And this may have just given a 4th down conversion to the Jags, as it is a pass interference call against Plano.
Yeah, the Wildcat fans don't want to hear it, but that's the right call because Quentin Morris is trying to get over the field, over the middle of the field, and as you said, bracketed, but lots of contact. TJ Lee almost bear hugged him on that play, and he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
I like cookies.
Me too. Could use some right now, actually.
3 receivers left, one to the right. That's Colton Wilson wide right, short side of the field. Wing back on the left side is Grayson Hoagland, the senior. He flares out to the left flat on 1st and 10, trying to run around. He's dragged down. What a great job. Going up high, getting some jersey and manhandling the quarterback to the turf is Connor Welch. Sack loss of 3 on the play.
Probably every single play, the Wildcat defensive coaching staff saying, hey, keep your eye on number 11. That's the quarterback. Where he goes, you go. And that was the case there. Connor Welch spun around, came right back, and got Logan Davis by the jersey and used all of his might to pull the quarterback to the turf.
2nd down and 13. Ball in the middle of the field. 3 receivers left, one to the right. Back to pass. Waiting for it. Pass over the middle. Catch is made. Makes one man miss. Still on his feet. Down inside the 30. Down to the 25-yard line. 15 yards on the pitch and catch. Ryan Daly, little wheel route out of the backfield, makes the catch and moves the chains for the Jaguars.
Nice job to secure the football. Remember I talked about it. These Jaguar receivers have great hands, and he made sure he could make the catch there and then turned upfield They got the first down.
3 receivers left. Again, 1 to the right. Ball near the left hash. Back to pass. Throws the fade. Left side. Down the sideline. Has a man. Is it caught? No, he couldn't hang on. What an effort on the outside. Ajon Howard was there with him, but pass intended for Dylan Gorlick could not be brought in. And it's going to bring up 2nd down and 10 now for the Jaguars.
Like the play call, though. Love the decision by Dane Johnson to take a poke because you're 25 yards out. Seen a couple of dink and dunk plays throughout the drive, and that time they decided to go deep.
Actually intended for Freddie Jackson, 37, not 87. Davis in a shotgun set, 2nd and 10 on the Wildcat 25. Quick pass left side, catch is made. And then Johnson is immediately dropped by Farhat. Looks like it's going to be enough for a first down. 11 yards on the pitch and catch from Davis to Johnson. And with 3:40 remaining in the first half, the Jaguars have it 1st and 10 now, the Plano 14.
You know, Coach McCullough says every single week at practice he's like a broken record. We've got to wrap up. Cody Farhat showed a great example on that play.
Looking to pass. Left side has a man. Oh, and he overthrows him. All alone down the left side was the running back Daly on a wheel route. Got behind the linebacker, and if Davis can keep that one in bounds, that's a touchdown. But the pressure on Davis forces him to put too much on it. It sails out of bounds, and it's incomplete.
Now the defensive front for the Wildcats, they're finding a way to create traffic for Logan Davis. And they get inside into that pocket. Davis has got to get rid of it and just overthrew a near touchdown.
Second down and 10. And whistles will blow this play dead. False start the call before Davis can take off in a design QB sweep. So with 3:18 left to go, it's going to be 2nd down and 15 now for the Jaguars at the Wildcat 19.
Yeah, last 4 Wildcat possessions have been touchdowns, as you said it, Thomas. It was 7-0, and then Wildcats were off to the races. So that's what makes this drive so important right here. Flower Mound needs points. They've got to close the gap to get a little confidence. If you don't do that here, Plano gets the ball again, all of a sudden they're up 35-7. You're really looking at a big hill to climb.
Nick Ryan wide right, Austin McKee slot right, tight right in the formation. Pass left side over the head of the intended receiver. Pass was intended for Robert Darnell, the junior, running back who flared out of the backfield. It's amazing the number of skill position guys this Jaguar team has, almost like line changes in hockey for these receivers. 3rd and 15, hard count, movement, contact, and I think this is going to be a free 5 yards for the Jags. It is offsides against Plano. 3rd and 10 now for Flower Mound.
It's a miscommunication there, and seen that a handful of times tonight where the hard count has pulled the Wildcats on the other side of the line of scrimmage, and unfortunately for Brandon Wall, made contact.
Spread formation once again. Ryan wide right, slot right is McKee, tight right is Morris. Now they move the 4th man over to the right side. And design run to the left. Didn't fool Sam Tecklenburg as he slings Davis to the turf after a 2 or 3 yard gain. 3 minutes and counting remaining here in the first half. A decision time for Dane Johnson as it's 4th and 8.
What did I say? As big as Sam Tecklenburg is, he's quick. He overran, he over-pursued, but somehow whipped right back around and took down Logan Davis from behind. Athletic play from a big leader on this defense.
16th play of the Flower Mound drive here as the offense stays out on the field, and it looks like the Jags are going to go for it. They may take a timeout before they snap it. Play clock down to 2-1. And timeout taken by the Jags. We'll take it with them. 2:22 left to go. Here in the first half, Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
2:22 left to go here in the first half. Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Thomas Lee here with you along with Ryan Mueller, Dr. Alex Sterling, Cameron Brock down on the sideline. I want to thank you as well for spending part of your Friday night with us, whether you're listening to us on Sports Sounds Radio, on AM 1160 KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth Business Authority, or Champion Sports Radio. It's been a good one thus far for the Wildcats with the Jaguars. No quit in these kittens. They've got it 4th down and 8 at the Plano 23-yard line. Davis with Jackson wide left. That's the short side of the field. 2 receivers right. They roll it to the right side. Davis turns the corner, looking in the end zone, lobs it to the back corner. Nobody's home. It's going to fall out of play. It's incomplete. The Wildcat defense bends but doesn't break and gets a stop and forces a turnover on downs.
They got 1st and 2nd down. A couple of quick passes from Logan Davis that were overthrown, and I think the reason for that is happy feet. And that's a credit to the Wildcat defense for getting in and getting behind the quarterback and taking him down, where you start to hear those footsteps, and the release happens a little bit quicker than you want it to. But that last play, you're right, Thomas. Everybody well covered, and Logan Davis did not have a target to throw the ball to.
1st down. Stevens tries to roll out to the left side. And nowhere to go. In fact, loss of 3 on the plays. He's tackled right at the 10.
2nd down 13 from the 10-yard line.
And a great job by the defensive line for the Jaguars to really dig deep here. Of course, Flower Mound will get the ball to start the second half as well, so a stop here is imperative for a little bit of the momentum that the Jaguars have on their side right now. Waterbury in a shotgun set. Pass is deflected and knocked down. Then we have a penalty flag thrown. Great hard rush off the edge by Austin McKee. Linebacker got in there and deflected the ball, but we'll have to wait and see what the penalty is going to be. It's personal foul, face mask on the defense. So instead of 2nd and 13, it's a 1st down for the Wildcats on their own 25.
The Jaguar defense, a little pep in their step here, and they should have it because their offense did a good job. Even though they didn't come up with points, consistent drive. They were off the field for quite a bit. They've come in here with a lot of energy.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Play action fake. Runs up through the middle, away from pressure, and then Waterbury is slung down to the turf for a loss of 3. Nice job of eluding initial pressure there, but finally brought down by Tyson Spencer. Clock continues to roll with 1:15 and counting left to go here in the first half.
And those are the kinds of plays that Jane Johnson wants to see from his defense. Getting in, not allowing Brandon Stevens to do the damage on 1st down. They're pushing him back.
Inside of 60 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Plano with a 28-7 lead. Maybe content to run it out. Delay gives Stevens. Heavy pressure and is brought down. Great tackle on the play by the defensive end, Brandon Bacu, a sophomore who I've heard nothing but rave reviews about. Makes a tackle for only a 1-yard gain for Stevens there. And the Wildcats may just want one more play and head on into the half.
And you don't want to let Brandon Stevens get off to a good start. That is so key for this Jaguar defense, and Brandon McHugh knows that, and he's in there quickly.
I formation. Fullback trap. And not much here, maybe 2 yards out to the 25. We go inside of 10 seconds, and I think that'll be the way that we will head in to halftime.
That's the half. Score, Wildcats 28, Jaguars 7.
28-7 your score. Plano on top of Flower Mound. And a spectacular first half highlighted by 3 Brandon Stevens touchdown runs. And some stingy defense even after some tough play by the Flower Mound Jaguar offense. We go down the field, check in with Cameron.
Hi, Thomas. I'm here with Plano head coach Jadon McCullough. Coach, you spoke during the pregame show about a hangover effect. After the turnover and the touchdown, your team comes out and scores 28 unanswered. Is that effect over, and how did you get over it?
You know, just executed, had some big plays on them. Looked like we blocked pretty well up front. Right there at the end of the half, you know, we didn't look very good right there. So we got to go in and make some adjustments, but we got to play better.
Talk about the play of your defense real quick.
They've been playing great. You know, and they're going to have to continue. We've still got 24 minutes, and we've got to finish this game. We've got to stay focused for the remainder of time.
What's the conversation going to be like in the halftime locker room?
Oh, it's pretty much going to be just talking about the adjustments we're going to make. I mean, it's not going to be yelling and screaming. We're just going to look at what we've done, look at what they've given us at the formations, and try to come up with a good game plan for the second half.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck in the second half. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, Jadon McCullough, as well, for stopping down, taking time to talk with us before heading into the half. And he's feeling good right now. 28-7, Wildcats on top of the Flower Mound Jaguars. The Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show begins right after this timeout. We will have stats. We will have first half highlights. We will have a check of the scoreboard, all that more when we continue in a moment. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring America and Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football. Your score at the break, Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Back after these messages on KVCE.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, See the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Boss Academy Radio wants to give back to its listeners. For the first time in 10 years, Tony Robbins is coming back to Dallas to help you unleash the power within.
Are you going to give up or move forward? Are you going to blame somebody or are you going to change something? Whatever you do is going to shape your destiny.
Turn fear into power and transform everything from finances to your relationships to your health. This isn't hyper motivation, but a life-changing event hosted by a man who has helped transform and influence the lives of more than 8 million people worldwide. When registering to attend this powerful, life-changing 4-day seminar, get your special Boss Academy discount. All you have to do is dial 858-535-6220 and tell them Boss Academy sent you. Unleash the power within, where the impossible becomes possible with Tony Robbins Live, October 23rd through the 26th at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, 650 South Griffin Street in Dallas. Visit kvceradio.com or call today and mention Boss Academy, 858-535-6220. That's 858-535-6220.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. First half in the books. Time now for the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show. Your score, Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. And an explosive sequence of events, which Brandon Stevens scored touchdowns in 3 out of 4 touches. The plays from scrimmage, just unbelievable. He flipped on the switch and Wildcat offense was ready to go. Tonight we are ready to go because we have a lot of scores to get to you as district play now is getting going all over North Texas. We've got some shocking developments here in District 6-6A. To the scores. Probably one of the biggest shocking developments of the night in district play is happening at Marauder Stadium tonight. Marcus welcoming in the 2-time defending state champion Allen Eagles, winners of 30 straight, 55 consecutive district ball games. And at the half, Marcus with a 17-14 lead. Jalen Guyton scored a 1-yard pass reception from Kyler Murray in less than 2 minutes from the start of the ball game. But then Nate Hopkins and the ground attack for the Marauders took over. Back-to-back touchdown drives. Hopkins from 1 yard out, then from 4 yards out to give the Marauders a 14-7 lead. Kyler Murray answers back with a 2-yard touchdown run of his own, tying the ball game. Daniel Blaney with a 34-yard field goal with 5 seconds left in the first half, and Marauders coming out swinging tonight at home. Marcus, 242 yards of offense, 192 on the ground, 50 through the air. Allen just 140. Turnovers not the issue. It's that Marauder defense clamping down Kyler Murray, 5 of 10 passing. as the senior has only had 74 yards through the air, just 27 on the ground, but he has a touchdown both ways. Mentioned Nate Hopkins, 17 carries, 102 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground in the first half. So high drama in Flower Mound as the Marauders lead at the half 17-14 over the Allen Eagles. Meanwhile, not far from there at Goldsmith Stadium, they've started the third quarter of play. Hebron trailing Louisville 10-0. Hawks decimated by injuries, but a Matt McDonald 32-yard field goal with 5 minutes left in the first quarter. Following that up, Louisville with a Cortez Thomas 47-yard scoop and score has given the Fighting Farmers that 10-0 lead. Louisville just 96 yards in the first half, 29 on the ground, 67 through the air. Hebron 101 yards of total offense. 0 of 5 passing though, 101 yards all coming on the ground. The game's lone turnover, the big difference in this one is that fumble return for a touchdown by Cortez Thomas. Angelo Garbutt, 9 carries, 43 yards. Trey Pugh, 7 carries, 43 yards for the Hebron Hawks. Meanwhile, Adrian Villarreal, 11 of 15 passing, 67 yards, including 7 catches and 55 yards for Cameron Creel. They have started the third quarter of play. Louisville has the ball in a 10-0 lead. Again, moments into the start of the third quarter. Meanwhile, we thought we were going to have a true dandy of a ball game at Ron Post Stadium tonight, with 2 of the best running backs in the state facing off mano-a-mano. Dedrick Scrivens, 8th in the state in rushing, 850 yards. Soso Jamabo, 747 yards, ranks him 21st in the state of Texas. But tonight, it's been all Wolfpack all night. 42-14 the score at the half. Soso Jamabo, 20 carries, 175 yards, and 5 touchdowns in the first half. Dedrick Scrivens really limited in the contest as he has 14 rushes for 48 yards. But Boyd has turned to the air. Grant Ressmeyer, 8 of 13 passing, 249 yards, both touchdowns. 1 to Brandon Bowling, 1 to Jacob Cantrell. Well, the story in this one is the rushing attack for the Wolfpack. Jamabo with those 5 touchdowns on the ground. Colmary with 126 yards rushing on 16 carries. He's also a perfect 5 of 5 through the air for 102 yards and a touchdown to Bennett Dubrow. So all Wolfpack tonight at Ron Post Stadium as Plano West looks to continue cementing themselves as a true contender with the Allen Eagles for the district championship. Of course, the Marauders can hang on, and the Wolfpack as well. Plano West will be alone in first place at the end of the night. Other action around the Metroplex as district play has begun. Few non-district games as well, as South Lake Carroll in a non-district affair hosting Abilene. Dragons lead at 42-21 over the Eagles. In district action, we go to 4-6A. Arlington, Martin romping over Lamar, 46-13 at the half. To 5-6A, Geyer Wildcats up 30-12 over Keller in the third quarter. Also in the third quarter, Central Chargers on top of the Ryan Raiders, 28-22. Just started third quarter as well. Byron Nelson with a 23-10 lead over Timber Creek. 7-6A action. Trojans with a pair of field goals leading Colleyville Heritage 6-0 at home at Pennington Field. Coppell up 21-3 over LD Bell. Trinity Heritage, they've started the third quarter there. Coppell Bell is a halftime score. Richland all over Haltom tonight. No stampede for the Buffalo as the Rebels lead at 37-3 at the break. 8-6A action. Mansfield leading Duncanville 10-7. Into the first half. DeSoto shutting out Grand Prairie 33-0. And SGP up on Midlow 21-6. Warriors all over the Panthers tonight down at Midlothian. 9-6A action. Skyline 21-0 lead over Irving third quarter. Also third quarter, Jesuit 44-0 lead over Sunset. 10-6A, North Mesquite with a 2-point lead over Highland Park. 9-7 at Hamby Stadium. Lake Highlands with a 16-7 lead third quarter at Wildcat Ram over the Berkner Rams. The Battle of the Boneyard tonight. Horn up on the Skeeters 21-7. That's a first half score. Also first half, Richardson on top of the Pierce Mustangs 28-23. 11-6A action. Saxony on top of Garland 14-10. Rockwall also first quarter score leading Lakeview Centennial 34-21. And that's your look at Class 6A action tonight. All around North Texas, your score here at John Clark Stadium, Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Step aside for a break. We'll continue with more of the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show. We'll have first half stats, highlights, and recap with Alex Sterling and Ryan Mueller. All that more will continue in a moment. You're listening to the Road Boss Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KBCE. That's AM 1160 KBCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines.
Mm-hmm.
Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Saturday means Irish football.
You got to respect each other.
Running hard. He's going in.
Long ball down the field. You got to compete as hard as you can.
Fighting down the sideline. Still working. Touchdown Notre Dame. Listen on your home for Notre Dame football.
AM 1160. Tomorrow night, the Fighting Irish battle Syracuse on the road. Coverage starts at 6 right here on your home for Notre Dame football. AM 1160 KBCE.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
We continue on with the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show. Your score at the break, Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Thomas Lee here with you. Time now to turn things over the doctor of statistical information for Champion Sports Radio. That is Alex Sterling. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you, Thomas. Go team stats first. First for the Jaguars of Flower Mound. 7 first downs in the game, 58 yards rushing, 93 passing, 151 yards of offense. Have 1 interception for their lone turnover. 5 penalties for 55 yards. 13 minutes, 33 seconds time of possession for Flower Mound. For Plano, 8 first downs in the first half, 180 yards rushing, 88 yards passing. Looks like we just named a homecoming king. 268 yards of offense, 1 interception for the lone turnover, 6 penalties, 40 yards, 10 minutes, 27 seconds for the Wildcats. Going individuals, first for Flower Mound, quarterback Logan Davis, 10 of 17 passing, 93 yards and an interception. Also leads the team rushing with 67 yards and a rushing touchdown. He's hit 7 different receivers on the game. Clayton Johnson, the leading receiver, 2 catches, 21 yards. For Plano, quarterback Quinn Waterbury, 3 of 4 passing, 88 yards and a touchdown with an interception. Matt Kirshner, the receiving touchdown from 39 yards out. Brandon Stevens, the leading rusher, 13 carries, 180 yards, 3 touchdowns. Also has 49 yards receiving on 2 carries. All in all, leads to a 21-point lead for the Wildcats.
I think the biggest thing, though, is as you look through what happened in that first half, though, the way that the Wildcats were able to kind of temper a little bit of a surge of emotion and execution by the Jaguars and got back to what they do best.
You're absolutely right. Let's see. After Flower Mound went and scored on the big 43-yard run by Davis, they had to take a breath, take a step back because they punted on their first drive. Then, boom, 4 straight touchdown drives back to back to back to back. Brandon Stevens was the cog of that, but the offensive line was huge. Running behind Tecklenburg and all the tight ends, Bobby Gray leading the way at fullback. Stevens had huge holes where he went 37, 70, had a 44-yard catch on a screen pass. So they ran a lot of good plays that gave themselves opportunities to stretch the field.
All right, thank you, Doctor. We'll look forward to talking with you further on throughout the broadcast. Time now to bring in Ryan Mueller with your first half highlights, brought to you by the Flat Shell Service Center.
Thank you, Thomas. The first half, obviously, working wonders for the Plano Wildcats. Let's roll through the first half highlights. Flower Mound won the toss. They deferred, and so that means that we're in for a contest. The Plano Wildcats get the football, and they get it on their own 26-yard line. 7 plays, 1 first down, 47 yards, and it's Waterbury to drop back to pass.
Snap back to Waterbury. Pump and go down the left side. Has a man thrown up in the air, and it's intercepted. Boy, the pump and go did not fool the defensive back. Great position on the outside by Chris Irvin. Check that actually as Devin Coleman, the junior, with the INT intended for Kirchner. And the game's first turnover is a big one for the Jaguars.
We talked about Dane Johnson and the job he's done with his defense coming in as the head coach. And he's done a nice job in his 3rd year now at Flower Mound. And they come up with the interception to start the ball game. So the Jaguars do get the ball, trying to turn the turnover into points, their own 10-yard line. 10 plays, 3 first downs, 90 yards. They moved the football, and we knew he was electric. Logan Davis showing off his feet.
Going for it on 4th and 3, inside the 43. Flushed out of the pocket. Davis turns the corner, first down and more. 35-30, down the sideline, 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Flower Mound. My goodness, everything going the Jaguars' way tonight. It's a 43-yard touchdown run for Logan Davis. The Jags roll the dice and come up aces on the 4th down gamble.
Yeah, 4th down gamble that would be the second of the drive for the Jaguars, and it pays dividends there as Logan Davis able to get pay dirt. So, 7-0 after the interception and touchdown for Flower Mound. You're thinking to yourself, like Thomas said, everything going the way of the Jaguars. They're off to a good start. Would the Wildcats have a chance to answer? Absolutely. So they start their second offensive series on their own 34-yard line. 6 plays, 2 first downs, 66 yards. We know it was a tough outing for Brandon Stevens last week against Allen. Well, this time, boy, does he have some electrifying moves of his own.
Waterbury under center. It's got two tight ends on the right, wing back to the left. Now everybody moves over to the left side. Gray, Kirchner, and Tecklenburg. They go toss, sweep left. Great cut block. Great sidestep. Stevens still on his feet to the 20, the 15, to the 10. Headed to the pylon, and he's in. Touchdown, Plano. 37-yard touchdown run for Brandon Stevens as he scampers in with his 9th touchdown of the season.
Extra point is up, and it is good. So this game is tied at 7 apiece. The Jaguars will get the ball and start on their own 30-yard line, but the Wildcats, boy, they able to force a 3-and-out. Defense really shows up there, so they get the ball back in the hands of Waterbury and company. Third offensive series. They start on their own 30-yard line, and all it took was one play.
First down and 10, Wildcats on their own 30-yard line. Pistol formation, handoff, Stevens through the right side, big hole. Turns the corner to the 35, to the 40, 45, 50, cuts back inside, down the sideline to the 35, to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Plano! My goodness! Look at the quicks on Stevens as he goes 70 yards for a Wildcat touchdown.
So make it 14-7. Momentum has shifted, to say the very least. Brandon Stevens with back-to-back touchdowns, and you always love to see that. One touch, one first down, and a touchdown. Excellent moves by Brandon Stevens. So off we go. Jaguars get the ball. Would they answer back? That remains to be seen. Their own 28-yard line, 3-and-out. They lose 9 yards. A minute 38 comes off the clock. They are forced to punt. So nice job by the Plano Wildcat defense as they close the door shut. Plano Wildcats get the ball back. Their 4th offensive series now, and they get great field position. Best of the night. Their own 46-yard line. 4 plays, 2 first downs, 46 yards. Did we say it was the Brandon Stevens show? Well, here he is once again from 2 yards out.
First down and goal from the 2 for the Wildcats. I formation, 2 tight ends right side. They go toss sweep right to Stevens. Strings it out down the line of scrimmage and in for 6. Brandon Stevens' 3rd touchdown of the first half gives the Wildcats a 2-score lead.
That would indeed give them a 2-score lead. 21-7, the extra point up and good. And Plano is really changed things at this point in the ball game. Brandon Stevens has obviously had a huge impact here in the first half. The Flower Mound Jaguars, they're pinned deep. They got to do something with the football. 4th offensive series, 2 plays. It was the 2nd play. Cody Farhat read the quarterback's eyes perfectly. A ball sailed over the middle of the field, and Farhat was able to pick it off no problem. And the Wildcats would get the football back, again leading 21-7. So here it is, their 6th offensive series of the night. Check that, 5th offensive series. Own 39-yard line. We mentioned that one play touchdown from Brandon Stevens in the early going. Well, here it is, right back at it again. One play, and this time it's a passing play.
Play is brought in by Ryan McConnell. He splits out wide left. Slot left is Sam Arongo. That's the wide side of the field. 2 receivers right. Stevens slot right. Wide right is Kirchner. Play action fake. Waterbury loads up. Goes deep down the right side. Has a man into the end zone. Touchdown Plano. Matt Kirchner hauls it in from 39 yards out. Kirchner's 2nd receiving touchdown of the season is an explosive one, an exclamation point on the momentum shifting to the Wildcats side of the field.
And as you heard Thomas say that, play action, that's one thing I should have talked about after that play happened, is that with the potency of Brandon Stevens and how well he's done on the ground, that allows you to make that play happen, allows you to suck the defense in and then throw it over the top. And Waterbury didn't skip a beat. He saw Kirchner, separated himself from the defense, and that is in for a touchdown. So 28-7 the score at that point. Flower Mound gets the ball back, their 5th and final possession of the half, and they move the football. 16 plays, 4 first downs, 73 yards. But when it's all said and done, from 25 yards out, they go for it on 4th down, trying to find the end zone, and the ball sails and a turnover on downs forced by the Wildcat defense. Excellent job by J-Down McCullough's bunch. 6 offensive series, their own 13-yard line, 5 plays, 12 yards. And when it's all said and done, Coach McCullough is willing to take it in half, wind down the clock, and that's where we stand. 28-7, Plano with the lead at halftime. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mueller. Wildcat Band is now on the field. Let's bring you part of their halftime show, part of the Wildcat Batman show for your listening pleasure.
Losing its stronghold. Our streets are becoming overrun. Our public officials are helpless. As mayor, I promise to root out the source of this corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, Gotham is no longer safe. We recommend that everyone stay in their seats, keeping your loved ones close by. By the end of this show, we are going to knock down those doors and shed the light of law on the nest of vipers causing our mayhem. Things are worse than ever. Yes, they are. The night is darkest just before dawn. But we promise you this, the dawn is coming.
And that is the Plano Wildcat Marching Band's halftime performance. A Batman show. Folks, you got to get out sometime this year and see it. Great stuff from Jeremy Conrad and the Plano Wildcat Marching Band. Step aside for a break. That'll conclude the Buford Roofing and Construction halftime show. Your score at the break, Wildcats 28, Jaguars 7. Back to John Clark Stadium after these messages. You're listening to Plano Wildcat Football, brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances on KBCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbaugh's, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbaugh's offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbaugh's backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbaugh's, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
And welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Your score at the break, Wildcats 28, Jaguars 7. About to start the second half. Flower Mound won the opening toss. They deferred, so they will start up the second half with the ball. Thomas Lee here with you upstairs, along with Ryan Mueller, the Dr. Alex Sterling. And now we're going to go downstairs and check in with Cameron Brock. We just had a chance to talk to the Jaguar head coach, Dane Johnson.
Yes, I spoke with Coach Johnson, and he thought that his kids were pouting a little bit. He wants them to come aggressive and attack. He wants more penetration out of his defense, and he wants his offense to attack as well. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. And, you know, Coach Johnson's somebody, Ryan, that you and I have known for, 9 years, I guess now, and since back to his days as an assistant with the Hebron Hawks. And one thing we know about the great Dane Johnson, of course, the former quarterback and championship-winning quarterback for the Carroll Dragons back in the early 90s, but intensity is something that's going to come out in bundles when you're around Dane Johnson.
Yeah, he is. He's all heart, and I think you see it every stop that he's been, as you talk about him being a player for the Dragons, and then into his coaching career. And I remember having a conversation with him when he was Brian Brazel's defensive coordinator over at Hebron, and you could just tell the discipline that he imported with his kids. They all bought in, and you see it here at Flower Mound. And I know that their Wildcats have put up 28 points here in the first half, but this is a Flower Mound team that never quits, and that all starts with their head coach and the Great Dane.
Allen has a touchdown pass from Kyler Murray to Jalen Guyton, 25 yards out, to take a 21-17 lead at Marauder Stadium as they start the third quarter there. We start the third quarter here, kickoff from right to left, all the way down to the 10, spin move, and nowhere for Nick Ryan to go. He has stood up and dropped right at the 15-yard line. Great coverage once again by the Wildcat Special Teams unit. And here comes the Jaguar offense, led on the field by the quarterback Logan Davis. Ryan Daly, the running back. We've seen so many receivers. The starters, though, Thomas Jeffries, Brendan Alvis, Clayton Johnson, and Nick Ryan. The offensive line from left to right, Evan Curl, Dane Marwood, Balin Smith, Ren Oubre, and Nolan McDaniel. Offense on the right hash in their own 15, 1st and 10. Empty set for Davis. And looks like some movement, maybe some contact. It is offsides against Plano. 1st and 5 will turn, 1st and 10 will turn it to 1st and 5 for Flower Mound. Brandon Wall, senior. Tucker Palacio, the junior, the defensive ends. The tackles, Sam Tecklenberg, a senior. Connor Welch, a senior. Strong side backer Jason Lee is a senior. Senior Colton Pusateri, the weak side backer. Middle linebacker Nima Bibahani, a senior. Dejon Howard, a senior, and Aaron Regas, a sophomore. The two corners, TJ Lee, the strong safety. Free safety is Cody Farhat. 1st and 5, Jaguars at their own 20-yard line. Snap back. Fake on the run. Going up top. Has a man. Unloads all the way down. Coming back for the ball. Couldn't connect. Pass was intended for Clayton Johnson. And if Davis can get enough on that one, Johnson had a step past Lee, who was hurrying to get back in position. That's a touchdown. But Lee was able to get there, knock it down, and it's going to be 2nd and 5.
Yeah, I think it's very simply put, Thomas, that Logan Davis has had some great passes in that one. That one just kind of left short on him.
2nd down and 5. Looking to pass. Davis flushed out of the pocket, rolling to his right now. Hit and throws. Was he down? No. I'm going to say incomplete, and he is writhing in pain, though, at the 10. Boy, every ounce of effort just to get that thing off got hit. It was brought down awkwardly. His left leg, his left knee slamming down to the turf. And the trainers are going to come out and take a look at it.
A lot of hustle from Logan Davis tonight, and especially on that play. He was flushed out quickly, and he had defenders draping all over him. He had to get rid of the football. Even Bibahani's had a heck of a ball game, and he has put a target on Logan Davis. He was there every step of the way, and as you said, it seemed like Davis awkwardly landed on the turf, and do hope he's okay.
Check the scoreboard right now, and the offenses have come out of the second half swinging at Goldsmith Stadium. In fact, they're about to head to the fourth quarter. They're rolling through this ball game as Trinity Benson holding a 19-yard pass to make it 17-0 Louisville over Hebron. Then Angelo Garbett with a 9-yard touchdown run to cut into it. And then Benson with a 76-yard punt return for a touchdown. Richard Dodd capped off a Hebron touchdown drive. Kyler Terry's kick was blocked at that point. So your score as they head to the fourth quarter, Louisville 24, Hebron 13. So the Hawks are still looking for their first win of the season. Meanwhile, up at Ron Poe Stadium, we thought we were going to have a shootout tonight. Looks like the Boyd Broncos are firing blanks. It's now 56-14 Plano West on top of McKinney Boyd. Soso Jamabo, 22 rushes, 244 yards, 7 touchdowns. 7. And there's 10 minutes left in the third quarter. If only the young man would be left into play for the rest of the second half. He's already broken Al Bundy's record for touchdowns in a game. Davis being helped off mostly under his own power, though, as he walks off gingerly. It's like holding his lower back area, but good news that he was able to walk off the field. So now we saw Hayden Hauser in the first half for a spot start in a drive. Sophomore's show now looks like for the rest of this ball game.
Yeah, and that's tough to see because Logan is such an instrumental part of what Flower Mound does. And for him to come out of the ball game, that's not good news, but we get a chance to see Hayden Hauser again.
3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Back to pass. Hauser firing right side. It's incomplete. Pass intended for Matthew Shore. And there on the coverage was Regas, who is, before all is said and done, this young sophomore, I think, is going to put his name, the Wildcat defensive playbook, is one of the best cornerbacks to wear the Chicago Maroon.
Yeah, I was going to say, in that secondary, Cody Farhat has been the leader for the last couple of years, and when he graduates, I think Aaron Regas is going to be a key leader for this defense.
Play clock down to 8. Josh Grant back deep in punt formation for Flower Mound. Gets this one away, down the sideline, over the head of Lee, down the sideline, inside the 30, inside the 25. What a roll! Inside the 20, down inside the 15, and finally dies of exhaustion at the 14-yard line. 66 yards on the punt for Josh Grant. What an effort for the Jaguar punter.
Yeah, that's one way to salvage a 3-and-out is to get a good kick from your punter and try to pin the Wildcats deep. Wildcats have done such a good job of finding the end zone. See what they do here to start off their first offensive drive of the second half.
Here comes Plano, 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line. From the left hash, I formation. Direct snap back to Stevens. Following some blocking, gets across the 15, down to the 16. 2-yard gain on the play. Great tackle there. As he was stopped in his tracks by middle linebacker Robert Darnell. Quinn Waterbury, the junior quarterback, touchdown pass of 39 yards in the first half. Brandon Stevens, 3 touchdown runs for the junior in half number 1. Bobby Gray, the fullback. Wide receivers Matt Kirchner, a senior. Ryan McConnell, a junior. Sam Tecklenburg, the senior tight end. Give you the offensive line after this 2nd down and 8 play. Direct snap back to Stevens. Hurdles over the line and gets down across the 20 to the 21. Gain of 5 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Plano Wildcats. Offensive line left to right. Katie Smith, the left tackle, a junior. Senior Austin Pugh is the left guard. Bo Hott, the center, is a senior, headed to Oregon State. Ben White, senior right guard, and Isaiah Williams, the junior right tackle. Jaguars were loading a bunch of guys into the box to start the ball game, and then some of those explosive plays happened. Kind of loosened up a bit, more of a 4-3 look right now. So Wildcats sprint out of the huddle. Direct snap to Stevens. Running off right side, has some blocks. To the edge, to the 30, 35, 40. 1st down and more. Inside the 45 and down to the 47-yard line. Unbelievable job by the right side of that line, running behind White, Williams, and Tecklenburg. It's a 26-yard run for a direct snap to Brandon Stevens.
That's been a great formula for Plano, is running off right tackle, because those big uglies on the right side of the line are so effective.
First down brought to you by the Flat Shell Service Center. Thank you to Jeff and Mary Flat for your sponsorship. Lopaka Yoro off the right side. Another big hole. 10, 12, 13, 15 yards. Across the 40, down to the 38, as Yarrow explodes into Flower Mound territory before he's pushed out of bounds. Another first down. This one brought to you by Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances.
And that's really what's been difficult for this Flower Mound defense is they just can't seem to get off the field. Some explosive plays, big chunks of yardage, and Plano's offense continues to roll.
Timeout taken by the Wildcats. We'll take it as well. 9:21 left to go. Third quarter, Wildcats with a 28-7 lead on Flower Mound. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football on KVCE.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Wildcats have it 1st and 10 on the Flower Mound 38. 9:21 left to go here, third quarter. Plano leads it 28-7. See what the explosive Wildcat offense has in store here. Matt Kirchner split out wide to the left. Waterbury, the quarterback, is split wide right. Snap directly back to Stevens, looking for a block to turn the corner. To the 35, to the 30. Bounces outside and is taken out at the 26-yard line. Actually mark him out at the 25. It's going to be a 13-yard gain on the direct snap to Stevens. And it's a first down brought to you by the Buford Roofing and Construction.
Spewed superlatives tonight about the right side of the offensive line. That time it's the left side. It's Austin Pugh, the left guard. Gets some help from Bobby Gray, and that allows Brandon Stevens to scamper off for 13.
Same formation. Waterbury left, Kirchner right. Movement on the line before the snap, and this false start will cost the Wildcats 5 yards.
Playing with a lot more confidence this week, and for the Wildcat faithful, they can only hope that it is that trend that we've seen the last, I don't know how many years, where this team gets Allen out of the way and they start rolling from week to week. Well, right now, this is the formula for that, being up 28-7 and controlling the clock and managing this football game.
Kirchner wide right, direct snap back to Stevens, cuts back inside, and gets about the 5 yards back they lost on the false start. It'll be 2nd and 10 at the Jaguar 25. We go down to the field and check in with Cameron Brock.
I'm currently on the Flower Mound sideline. Earlier, Logan Davis was stretching. He's now running. He was throwing. There is a possibility he might come back into this game. Helmet is on. Back to you guys.
Great news. Thank you, Cameron, for that report. Alpaca Yoro waiting to take the direct snap now. Hard count by Yoro. Gets it back and now runs straight downfield. Darts through a hole and gets 5-6 yards. Inside the 20, down to the 19. Tough running for the 5'2", 245-pound junior. The clock ticks down inside of 8:15 now left to go here in the third quarter. Plano driving, trying to add to a 28-7 lead.
And just a small hole opens up on that right side for Yoro to run through. And he is stood up by Robert Darnell, but not taken down. I mean, it took about 2 or 3 more Jaguars to surround Alpaca Yoro to take him down.
Stevens under center. Yoro the deep back. Man in motion from right to left. 2 tight ends, I formation. Play action fake. Stevens rolling out to his right. Wants to throw. Does. It's complete. Inside and down to the 10-yard line. Brandon Stevens putting on a show as McCabe hauls it in. Gain of 9 on the play, and it's a first down for the Wildcats, brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Waiting for the play to develop. That's what happened with Brandon Stevens. I mean, he watched it unfold in front of him, and he knew exactly where he was going with the football. McCabe got into space, and there's a first down.
Waterbury tossed back. Stevens with great blocking. Spin move at the 5, and then is taken off his feet at the 4. Flag is down. If it stands, it'll be a 6-yard gain for Brandon Stevens. But we got some laundry to sort out here from our officiating crew. It's going to be holding on Plano. This one's coming back. From the Dallas Football Officials Association, referee Miles McCord, umpire Eric Ames, line judge Tom Troutman, head linesman Stephen Ray, and the back judge Sheldon Davis. 10-yard penalty costs him, moves him back to the 20. It'll be first and goal now for the Wildcats in the Jaguar 20-yard line. Knock it on the door of the red zone. Kirchner flexed out to the left. Now moves over to the right side. 2 tight ends, I formation. Stevens, play fake, roll in the pocket to his right. He wants to throw again. Tries to turn the corner. He's going to be tackled for a loss. What a job by Austin McKee. The senior brings down Stevens for a 3-yard loss.
Stevens looking to turn the corner the whole way, and it just never could. And that's one way to tackle Brandon Stevens. They go after the feet, and Austin McKee reaches out that paw and gets it on the ankle, and he will stop Brandon Stevens from getting any positive yardage.
10th play of the Wildcat drive as they spread it out. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set for Waterbury on 2nd down and 23. Screen pass left side, caught by Stevens. He is immediately dropped. What a heads-up play by Tyson Spencer. The senior's been all over the field tonight. It's a gain of 1 on the play, and it's now 3rd and goal from the 22.
Saw Plano run that play, the halfback screen in the first half, and Brandon Stevens was off to the races. 44 yards down the field, and the Jaguars have learned from that. They don't want to give up that explosive play again, and nice job by the linebacker.
Sam Morongo, slot right, wide right is Matt Kirchner. That's the wide side of the field. Wide left, Garrett Frederick. Play action fake. Waterbury steps up in the pocket. He's going to be hit and dropped. It's a 1-yard loss. Austin McKee again with the stop. So after the holding penalty, the Jaguar defense really bears down. And it looks like this is going to be a field goal attempt for Tyler Brogan.
Yeah, Austin McKee reads the body language of Quinn Waterbury. Everybody's covered, and then Waterbury thinks there's an open hole to his left, so he darts that way. We haven't seen him run too often, and Austin McKee keying in on the play.
Spotted at the 30. It's a 40-yard field goal try for Tyler Brogan, and this is no good. He misses it wide to the left. No good on the field goal try, so the Jaguar defense averts disaster. Flower Mound still in this thing with 5:01 left to go, 3rd quarter. Plano with a 28-7 lead. The Jaguar offense coming back out on the field.
And that is a confidence booster for the Jags. Seemed like the Wildcats offense was rolling, a couple penalties there, but some big stops from the linebacking core. And go back to the first half, 4 consecutive touchdowns for the Wildcats. And for the Jaguar defense to come out and make a stop, that's big.
Great news for Flower Mound is Logan Davis is back out there, but we're going to have a substitution penalty on the offense, so before Davis can take the snap, it's a 5-yard penalty, and the Jaguars will have 1st and 15. Well, we finally can say that Soso Jamabo did something that was not positive for Plano West. More on that after this 1st and 15 play. Jags on their own 18. More flags. False start. So instead of 1st and 10, it's now 1st and 20 after back-to-back penalties. Meanwhile, we go to Ron Poe Stadium. The Boyd Broncos are on the board as Andrew Smith punts the ball down to the 1-yard line. Soso Jamabo tackled in the end zone for a safety. So now he has 7 touchdowns and has been tackled for a safety. Here's a sweep around the left side. And this one goes for a loss. Another 5 yards taken off. And just really no chance for Jordan Moore to get going as he loses another 5 yards. Instead of the Jaguars moving from left to right, they're moving from our right to our left. That's the wrong direction. Second down and 25 for Flower Mound with 4:30 and counting remaining here in the third quarter. Empty set for Davis. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Wing back on the right side. From the left hash, second and 25. Heavy pressure, screen play. This one is caught. Boy, blown up. Ja'Cory Sanders leveling. No chance for the screenplay to work there as Grayson Hoagland is dropped right at the 10. Gain of just 2 yards. This Wildcat defense is playing sideline to sideline tonight.
Yeah, and just assignment football, looking out for your man, and that's what happened on that play, little halfback screen, and as you said, that's an excellent job by Ja'Cory Sanders to key in, make the move, and then wrap up.
Dylan Tillotson wide right, widest of 3 receivers, 1 to the left as well. Pump fake, now taking off and run is Davis on third down and 23. He's going to get about 3 yards, maybe 4, nothing more than that, and it'll be punting time for Flower Mound as the Jaguars helped the Wildcat defense with a couple of penalties, but even then, still 1 yard net on this drive if you take the penalties aside.
I think that's the right call, too. I mean, third down and long, you have such a long way to go to the first down. If you're Logan Davis, you're going to tuck it and run and get a couple yards underneath and play field position just to keep this thing close.
Punt formation for Josh Grant. Standing, his heels. No, they're going to fake it. Goes to the up man. He goes for the pass. It is off the fingertips. Tipped and then caught by one of the Jaguars. You wouldn't believe it if you couldn't see it. My goodness. What a play as the ball is thrown from the up back. Goes off the fingertips of Elvis and then is hauled in at the 38-yard line. It's enough for a Jaguar first down.
That's a big gamble there by Dane Johnson that pays off. Caught the defense off guard.
Davis back on, back to pass, looking left, fires, little quick curl, caught. Shakes off one tackler, gets 10, maybe 11 yards down to the 49-yard line. The pass is hauled in by Freddie Jackson. Luke Greenwood, the senior, is the one who finally is going to be credited with that reception on the fourth down gamble. I mean, who goes for it on 4th and 23? Dane Johnson, nothing to lose, says let's roll the dice. Big conversion there, 2:10 and counting left to go third quarter. Wildcats with a 21-point lead. Slant, caught, and it's going to be good for about 8 yards into Wildcat territory down to the 43-yard line. Pass is hauled in by Elvis. And the back and forth scoring affair continues in the fourth quarter at Marauder Stadium. Marcus went on top with an Andrew Parrish 1-yard touchdown run. Less than 90 seconds later, Lee Morris with a 13-yard pass from Kyler Murray. The Eagles are back up 28-24 with 9:32 left in the fourth quarter. Deep pass down the left side. There's some contact and no flags are thrown. As Davis threw a bucket ball on a corner route. The pass was intended for Quentin Morris. TJ Lee in on the coverage, but no foul. It'll be 3rd down and 2 now for Flower Mound on the Wildcat 43. 2 to the left, 2 to the right, wing back right side as well for Davis. Wildcat defense showing blitz. Now they back out of it. Hoagland, the wing back on the right side. 3rd and 2, looking to pass, steps, fires, slant, caught, 30, 25, 20, and tripped up inside the 15 and down to the 11-yard line. Perfect pass by Logan Davis as he hit the streaking Freddie Jackson on a post pattern. And that thing's going to go for a Jaguar first down.
we know that Logan Davis is so capable of that. He can throw it right on the money, and he did. In stride, Freddie Jackson. That is a great job by Dejon Howard to stay with the receiver because he saved a touchdown.
32 yards on the pitch and catch. First down and 10 now for the Jaguars, the Plano 11. Empty set again. Davis, direct run. He's going to get about 3 yards inside the 10 down to the 8. 40 seconds and counting left to go here in the third quarter, but Jaguars with a touchdown here can make this thing interesting, as if they score, it would just be a 2-possession game.
The defense stiffens up and forces a would be missed field goal, and now the offense putting together a consistent drive. Go back to the first half. Remember, Flower Mound had that 16-play drive to close out the half. Going right back to basics once again here in the second half.
Aaron Epping is wide left. 2 receivers wide right. From the left hash, that'll do it for the third quarter. Couldn't get the play off. We will switch ends and go a long way, folks, from 111 to the other. We head to the fourth to the strains of Grandioso. Wildcats with a 28-7 lead over Flower Mound, but the Jaguars knocking on the door. 2nd and 7 at the 8. Wildcat football continues in a moment. Brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances right here on KVCE.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines.
Mm-hmm.
Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
We start the fourth quarter here at John Clark Stadium. 6-6-8 battle going on tonight. Wildcats 28, Jaguars 7. Flower Mound has it, 2nd down and 7 at the Wildcat 8-yard line. Flower Mound moving from right to left here in the fourth quarter on your radio dial. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. 2 tight ends in an empty set. Snap back, roll the pocket right. Davis firing into the end zone, tipped and almost caught again. Boy, been a long time since I've seen a tip drill work. Ryan almost tipped that one to Alvis. Of course, this drive continued on a 4th and 23 gamble. On a tip pass finally brought down by Luke Greenwood. 3rd down and 7 now for Flower Mound.
Got a big play right here. Jaguars got to dig deep, and they know they need points here. But an effort here last 12-plus minutes. They need to get some points here.
Changing the play. Play clock hasn't even started yet. Snap back, 3rd and 8. Pass right side. Incomplete. It got over the outstretched fingertips of the leaping linebacker. But Nick Ryan just could not hold on. If he had, it would have been a touchdown. It's now 4th and 7.
And that is a lot of commotion. The defender is trying to get in position to make a play, and Logan Davis has been so accurate, able to fit that ball into a tight window. Unfortunately, catch not made.
Timeout Plano as the Jags are lining up to go for it on 4th down. We will step aside and take the break as well. 11:48 left to go, 4th quarter. This could be your ball game when we come back. Plano leads it 28-7, but the Jags have a 4th and 7 on the Wildcat 8. Back to John Clark Stadium after these messages.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
11:48 left to go here, fourth quarter. Plano 28, Flower Mound 7. Big ball game in the district standings. Wildcats 1-1 in district play. Flower Mound 0-2. You're listening to the pregame show. Dane Johnson in our pregame interview said, you lose this one, it's going to be tough to rattle off 5 in a row to get into the playoffs. Wide splits, 4th down and 8. Roll the pocket to the right. Davis. Flush, hit, bounces away, still on his feet to the 30, lobs it up, throws it into the end zone. It's a jump ball, and it's incomplete. All-out effort shown by the quarterback, Logan Davis. Pass was intended for one of 2 Jaguar receivers in the end zone, but the Wildcat defense able to come up with a stop when they need it, and they force a turnover on downs.
Yeah, it's a big-time effort for the Wildcat defense, but as you said, I don't know how Logan Davis was able to keep fighting as lots of Chicago Maroon jerseys around him, and, you know, he had to get rid of the football. Otherwise, Plano has the ball near the 30 if he's sacked.
Check in with Cameron after this 1st down and 10 play. Direct snap back to Stevens, handoff Yarrow up the middle. Squirts off one tackler, still moving the pile forward. Cross the 15 to the 16. It's 8 yards. For Lopaka Yarrow, we go down to the field, check in with Cameron.
Earlier when the play stopped, TJ Lee came off the field limping. It wasn't very noticeable, but he came off the field limping. He ended that drive when on the 4th down he was on the field still.
Well, good news there, and thank you for the update. 2nd down and 2. Wildcats now really milking the clock. I think Jadon McCullough, the Wildcat play caller, has come up with something he likes here with the direct snaps to his running backs. Zone read, handoff Yora, bounces off the left side. 1st down and more. Still on his feet across the 25 and brought down at the 27. Boy, one more tackle, and I'm talking about Yarrow in for 6.
That's been the theme tonight. Wildcats need to move the sticks. Doctor said that in the open, and they have done that. I think the chain gang's getting tired of how many times they've moved those sticks because Wildcats are getting yardage in huge numbers thanks to guys like Yoro and Stevens.
1st down brought to you by Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances. Thank you to Ronald, Kim, and Gary. 1st and 10, Plano on their own 27 from the left hash. 2 receivers left. Stevens is going to keep this one. Stops to the right, goes, reverses back to the left, sidesteps a defender. Made about 3 guys miss to get 3 yards.
And that's what you expect now from Brandon Stevens is his ability to shake off tackles. And Austin McKee, who has made some nice plays tonight, gets in the backfield, nearly has him. Should have been brought down for a loss of 3 or 4. Instead, Stevens keeps fighting and gets a couple.
1 receiver left, 1 to the right. Waterbury in at quarterback under center. Now sends Frederick in motion to the right side. 2 receivers right, that's the wide side of the field. They're going to go toss right. Yarrow looking for some blocking. Turns the corner, flags fly. Yarrow is planted down at about the 37-yard line. Comes off the field with his helmet in his hands, asking the officials, was that a flag thrown for my benefit? I don't think it was. Once again, what a big-time vicious hit by Robert Darnell, the middle linebacker, in on the stop. And we have a penalty flag, actually, against Flower Mound. So a 15-yard penalty marched off against Flower Mound on the personal foul. And the Wildcats have it 1st and 10 at the Jaguar 49. 9:25 and counting left to go in the fourth. Plano with a 28-7 lead in the ball. Direct snap back to Stevens. Dancing around the right side, lots of room to roam. Cross at 35 and pushed out of bounds at the 29-yard line. 15 yards and a first down. Check that, 20 yards and a first down for Brandon Stevens.
And the right side of the offensive line, once again, walling off defenders for Brandon Stevens to cut loose. And this is what your J-Don McCullough wants to see from his offense. Manage the game, and they continue to have success with the run.
2 receivers left, one to the right. Waterbury in a shotgun set. Handoff Stevens. Toss back to J. Ron Howard. Trying to turn the corner. Cannot, though. With a great tackle made by Grayson Hoagland. Senior brings him down. It's only going to be a 4-yard gain. That looked like for a moment had designs of taking it the distance.
Yeah, but you still see the toughness from the Jaguar defense and never say die attitude that we keep talking about, and the hustle keeps that from happening.
Kirchner wide left. Waterbury wide right. Stevens brings the direct snap. It's back right up the gut inside the 25 and down close to the 20. Gain of 4 on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 3 now as the Wildcats continue to take time off the clock. 8:15 and counting left to go here in the fourth quarter. Plano with a 28-7 lead.
And, of course, Brandon Stevens coming off the field. He's tired. As much work as he has put in this ball game, whether it's been toting the rock or he's had to get out in front and block somebody, he's winded over there.
Waterbury under center. 2 tight ends left side, Tecklenburg and Kirchner. Offset I formation. Toss it left. Yarrow trying to get the corner, and he just does. Oh, my goodness. All-out effort from Darnell. Just need to be about a half step faster to bring down Yarrow. He does pick up 5. Move the chains. It's a first down for the Wildcats.
Just when you think you have the young man cut off, he somehow spins off of you and goes for more. And that's the motor inside of the 5'2", 145-pound junior.
7:30 and counting left to go in the fourth quarter. Wildcats with the ball, 1st and 10 in the red zone at the Jaguar 17. They lead at 28-7. Toss back. Stevens trying to bounce at the outside. It's away from one tackler, not the second though. Brings him down right at the 12. 5-yard gain on first down. Stevens still doing work here late into the fourth quarter.
Good collective effort, though, by linebacker and cornerback to stay with Brandon Stevens. I mean, just when it looked like he was going to break off and get around that left side, no. They both collectively wrap him up.
McConnell wide right in the formation. 10th play of the Wildcat drive. 2nd and 5 at the Jaguar 12. Toss sweep right side. Try to turn the corner. Does. Inside the 10, inside the 5. Stays in bounds. And in, no, hold the phone. He stepped out at the 3-yard line according to the line judge. Will be enough for a first down on the 9-yard rush around the right side for Brandon Stevens. It's now 1st and goal, Plano.
They're still waiting for that hole to open up. Everybody moves right. He's got blockers in front of him. And Plano continues to have one of those drives where they eat clock. They keep Flower Mound's defense on the field and matriculate the ball, and they're on the doorstep.
1st and goal for the Wildcats at the 3. Stevens under center. Takes a snap. Option right. Turns it right upfield. Surges forward, and he's in. Touchdown, Plano. 4th rushing touchdown of the night for Brandon Stevens. This one from 3 yards out. The Wildcats might just have punched the ticket to a district win.
The offensive line, too, once again, it's the right side. Ben White, Isaiah Williams, Sam Tecklenburg, those big old bodies just push the Jaguars back, and there's the space for Brandon Stevens.
The snap of Bo Hott, the hold by Matt Kirchner, and the PAT for Tyler Brogan is up. And it is good. New score from John Clark Stadium. Plano 35, Flower Mound 7. 6:29 left to go, fourth quarter. You're listening to Wildcat Football, presented by Road Boss Flooring American Appliances on AM 1160 KVCE Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute, online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Fourth touchdown of the night for Brandon Stevens, this time from 3 yards out. 6 first downs, 11 plays, 92 yards in the touchdown drive. Took 5 minutes, 6 seconds. 6:29 to go in the game. Plano 35, Flower Mound 7. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
All the way down to the 10-yard line, angling right to the 15 to the 20, and then gets tripped up there. The Jaguars will take over. 6:21 left to go in the fourth quarter. Plano with a 35-7 lead.
And remember that, as Doctor read off those stats, that drive for the Wildcats started all the way back on their own 8-yard line. 11 plays to get it in within 2 yards out. Stevens gets his fourth rushing touchdown in the contest. That's, again, what Coach McCullough wants to see from his offense. Keep moving the chains, keep using clock, and Plano has had a nice effort tonight.
Every win in this district is something to celebrate. The Wildcats 6:21 from picking up their second. Quick pass left side, catch is made. Trying to shake and bake, and gets about 9 yards out to the 30-yard line as the pass is hauled in by Devin Coleman, the junior. Actually, they're going to give him 10 yards to the 31. That will be a Flower Mound first down. Logan Davis, of course, knocked out briefly of this contest, has come back in and played very well. We'll have the yards but not the points to show for it. Quick pass right side. This one a little off the target. Intended for a post to Colton Wilson. Perhaps Davis was expecting a go route or something. I don't know, but the Wildcats with a 3-deep zone here. They want to make sure that nothing gets over their head.
I guess Flower Mound's capable of taking a shot deep as quick as their receivers are, and talked about the hands and the accuracy of Logan Davis. Yeah, you got to keep everything in front of you.
Quick pass right side on 2nd and 10. Caught at the 30. Tries to get away from one tackler. Falls forward for about 4 yards or so. Really good effort there on the outside. How many times have I said that tonight for this Flower Mound team? Jack Sikora, the junior, hauling in that pass. And that may be our stat of the game, is how many different Jaguar receivers have caught balls tonight. Unofficially, feels like 50,000. I was close. A dozen different Jaguars have caught balls tonight with a combination of Davis and Hauser. Seam route left side. This is caught. This is going to go for close to 14 yards. It'll be enough for a Flower Mound first down. As this one is hauled in once again by Coleman.
And the Jaguars taking what Plano's giving them, as you said, Thomas. Plano doesn't want to giving anything up deep. They're attacking down low.
3-man rush flushed out to the right. Davis gets rid of it. before he steps out of bounds. But what a job. Like I said, just 3 Wildcats getting after it on the defensive line, including Josh Walker applying a lot of pressure there. Davis can't find anybody. It's incomplete. Second down and 10 for the Jaguars, right on the midfield stripe at the 50 with 4:38 remaining in the fourth quarter. Plano leading it 35-7 over Flower Mound. Jaguars trying to pull off a miracle. Back to pass. Right side, Davis complete this time to the 46-yard line. And then a flag down at the end of the play as well. Pass is corralled by Dylan Tillotson, the junior. And the penalty flag. Without it, it would just be a 4-yard gain. We got a personal foul face mask on Plano. So 4 yards on the pass. 15 more yards is going to move it down to the 31-yard line.
And Coach McCullough can't be happy about that. I know the 35-7 lead is nice, but he still wants to see his players keep their heads in the game and play hard till the very end.
First and 10. Jaguars on the Wildcat 31 from the right hash. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Design QB draw. Davis looking for some room to roam. Weaves his way down for 6 yards down to the 25. Clock continues to roll now. 4 minutes and counting remaining here in the fourth quarter as the tackle for the Wildcats is made by Venegas.
Just keeping an eye on Logan Davis, trying to get up in between the tackles, and Venegas has made some nice plays here tonight. There's another one.
Same 2x2 spread look. Pump fake, takes off, design QB run right side. Dances across the 20, 15, down inside the 10, inside the 5, pushed down at the 3. Love the fight in this kid. Touchdown saving tackle that time for the Wildcats by Eno Ire. Be first and goal, Flower Mound at the 3. Whistles blow. Timeout taken by the Wildcats. Will take it with them. 3:32 left to go. Here in the fourth quarter, Plano with a 35-7 lead. Flower Mound with it first and goal to 3. Come back for the conclusion after these messages on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Back here at John Clark Stadium, Jaguars have it first and goal at the 2-yard line. Wildcats with a 35-7 lead, though. 3:32 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Davis is one of the big backs to his right, Ryan Daly. He's going to follow him, trying to get into the end zone. Stood up after a 1-yard gain. Actually, maybe no gain on the play. And we may have a penalty flag. We do. It's a false start on Flower Mound. So first and goal from the 2 now is going to be moved back to the 7. And that play never happened.
And Logan Davis has taken some hits tonight. I mean, he is going to be sore after this ball game. As much as he's run with the football and got knocked around, it's another example there. I know they lose yardage here because of the penalty, but man, he is definitely taken some hits tonight.
It's a final from Goldsmith Stadium. Louisville defeating Hebron tonight 38-20. Tough running there for Chase Lemke. And he is hit after no gain on the play, although he kind of bounced, thought he was still alive as he rolled over what he thought was a defender. It's going to be no gain on the play. It's going to be second down and 7.
And Lemke has not had a whole lot of touches tonight, but there he gets an opportunity to try to punch it in, and Wildcats swarm to the football.
10th play of the drive. Wanted to hand it off, now just takes off, runs to his left. He's going to be stood up and dropped. Back at the 18-yard line. Davis has taken a pounding. Venegas again in there leading the charge, about 5 or 6 different Chicago maroon-clad defenders on the stop. They're going to say his forward progress was halted at the 12. 5-yard loss on the play. 2:15 and counting, still rolling down. Wildcats with a 35-7 lead. Third and goal from the 12. Shotgun snap, rolling the pocket right. Hayden Hauser is in now after the big hit, and it's going to be a loss of a couple back to the 14. And that will bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, Davis has to come off the field because his helmet popped off. And Hauser comes in for one play, and the final chance here for Flower Mound to try to get on the scoreboard with another touchdown.
90 seconds and counting left to go here in the 4th quarter. Wildcats with a 35-7 lead on Flower Mound. They're going for it on 4th down and goal from the 14. Snap back. Davis lofts it into the end zone. Contact, flags fly. And it'll be a fresh set of downs now for Flower Mound, as preliminary indication is pass interference on Plano. We go downstairs and check in with Cameron Brock.
Logan Davis getting his helmet popped off earlier. He was very upset after the play, got up, pointed to the Plano defense, and started shouting at them. Obviously, he thought that was a bit illegal.
Back in there now and trying to do some damage to the Wildcat defense. First and goal now for the Jaguars at the 2-yard line from the right hash. Freddie Jackson, wide left. Slot left is Alvis. Play clock down to 12. Still looking for the signal from the sideline. Ready to go. Moore to the right of Davis. Snap back. Zone read. Give to Moore. Up the middle. Nowhere to go. Read beautifully and attacked by this Wildcat defense. The charge on that play led for Plano by Blake Morris, the 5'11", 200-pound junior linebacker.
Morris is in there. Pusateri rotated over. And how many chances has Flower Mound had to get in the end zone? This is impressive by Plano. Able to stiff it up and find the ball carrier.
Davis now with Moore on his left hip. It is 2nd and goal from the 3. Another give. The back takes off, slashes sideways, and he's in for 6. 3-yard touchdown run for Jordan Moore. And the Jaguars' perseverance pays off with a late touchdown.
I just got that space on the right side. A little hole opened up, and you see the opportunity. You've got to take advantage of that. Jordan Moore leans forward. Seems like he was able to leap for like 3 yards across the plane for a touchdown.
Some pushing and shoving at the end of this one as the extra point is blocked. Your new score from John Clark Stadium. Plano 35, Flower Mound 13, 25 seconds left to go. Back to the conclusion after these messages. You're listening to the Rodenbaugh's Flooring American Appliances presentation, Plano Wildcat Football on KBCE.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Tailback Jordan Moore with a 3-yard touchdown run to add 6 points for the Jaguars. They missed the extra point. It was blocked. 6 first downs, 13 plays, 79 yards on the touchdown drive. Took 6 minutes, 4 seconds. We are 25 seconds from a Plano victory. Plano 35, Flower Mound 13. Scoring drive brought to you by Flat Shell Service Center.
Well, Ryan, pretty much everything we thought we knew coming into this one has come to fruition tonight. We knew that Plano seemed to be the favorite, that they could come out and assert their will with their ground game. We also knew that the Jaguars were not going to give up, not for a second. And that's exactly what we have here tonight. Fair catch called for and made by Kirchner. Then there was contact. And so tack on 15 yards and a personal foul at the end of it. But great night of football here. John Clark Stadium once again.
Yeah, on display tonight, Plano's running game. You look at the damage that Brandon Stevens did. 37-yard rushing touchdown, 70-yard rushing touchdown, one from 2 yards out, another from 2 yards out. I mean, he's been all over this football game. Offensive line has played well, and the defense couldn't ask for more against a quarterback like Logan Davis. So Plano needed a win like this tonight to get back on track.
Victory formation. Waterbury takes a knee. Tosses it back to the official, and that'll do it. It'll be the final play of the game. Plano's defense bends, doesn't break. Stevens in the ground game runs wild, and the Wildcats tonight 35-13 winners over the Flower Mound Jaguars. Coming up in the post-game show, final stats, play of the game, final check of the scoreboard, and a visit with the victorious head coach of the Wildcats, Jadon McCullough. All that more when we continue in a moment. You're listening to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football. Wildcats a winner tonight, 35-13. Back to John Clark Stadium after these messages on KBCE.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Writer Gerald Early said that when they study our civilization 2,000 years from now, there will only be three things that Americans will be known for: the Constitution, baseball, and jazz music. GDYO's Jazz Institute provides young musicians in North Texas the opportunity to learn what it means to be a jazz musician through weekly technique classes and combo rehearsals with professional jazz musicians. From the first note to the final round of applause, GDYO Jazz Institute concerts will amaze and delight both hardcore jazz cats and new fans alike. Learn more about the truly original American art form through the GDYO Jazz Institute online at gdyo.org/jazz.
Movie theaters, arcades, and amusement parks are awfully expensive. But where else can you find that safe and memorable fun for your kids? A Texas Legends game. There's a zip line, a bounce house, a mechanical bull, all thanks to Jumper Bee Entertainment. Bring the whole family for a night of fun without emptying your wallet. The Legends still have a few ticket packages left, including specials for your family. So check out TexLegends.com or Texas Legends on Facebook before they're gone. The Texas Legends, where fun happens and basketball too.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
Back here at John Clark Stadium, it's a final. Wildcats winner tonight, 35-13. Thomas Lee upstairs, was in it downstairs. Cameron Brock is with J.Del McCullough, the head coach of the Wildcats.
Coach, first off, congratulations on the victory. Second off, you've been here for a while. Thank you for your patience. Last week, your team experiences a difficult loss at Allen. You bounced back this week, big-time win. How does it feel?
Well, it feels great. You know, the one thing I was real proud of, it's the third game in a row we haven't had any turnovers, which I think is huge. And really, penalty-wise, we're pretty good until, you know, that first drive of the second half. We drive right down the field, and we have a guy hold, and we have a guy jump off sides, and it killed our drive. And other than that, I was pretty pleased. You know, I thought our kids executed pretty well. Anytime you don't turn the ball over, that's great. Defensively, you know, really we gave up 7 points there at the end, you know. But that's 14, whatever. But, yeah, we did all right. But to beat West, we're going to have to play a lot better than we did tonight.
Brandon Stevens, another big game. You want to talk about the rushing game today?
Brandon's a good player. I mean, but, you know, y'all hear me say this over and over again. Brandon's a part of the team. We have a good offensive line and good defense, good kicking game. And so Brandon, no doubt, you know, he's a very good running back. But really, the good thing about Brandon is, you know, he's got high character, and he continues to get better. And, you know, always my big sayings, you know, winning requires character. And so, you know, our characters, you know, Brandon's a high character kid that, you know, gets better every day. So I don't know if I answered your question, but he's also a team guy.
One final question, Coach. You mentioned West next week. How big does getting this victory take you into next week?
Well, it's huge. You know, it was a must-win game for us. We felt like it was a game that we had to win. And because we know we still have West, and we still got McKinney Boyd, and we still got Marcus. I mean, it sounded like they played Allen pretty well. I don't know who won. But, you know, I just accidentally heard it over the loudspeaker. It said it was pretty close. So they must be pretty good if they play with Allen like that. So, like I said, very tough district. You know, I thought Flower Mound played well tonight, you know.
I just got word that Marcus did lose 35-24. Coach, go celebrate with your team. Congratulations on the victory. See you next week. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Cameron. Great job tonight down the sidelines. Thanks also to J.L. McCullough for stopping and spending time with us. And big win tonight for the Wildcats in a step towards getting one of those 4 coveted playoff spots out of the District of Death, 6A. As we look at, we'll get to some of the finals numbers on this one as it appears, and we'll call it a final between Boyd and Plano West. But as of right now, this is the district standings. Allen, undefeated, 3-0. Plano West started their district campaign with a bye. They're also undefeated, 2-0 if they hang on and beat McKinney Boyd tonight, and they were up big in the fourth quarter at last report. Marcus and Plano now 2-1 in district. Plano East and Louisville 1-1 in district. McKinney Boyd 1-2, but there are 2 losses coming to the 2 undefeated teams in district, Allen and Plano West. Flower Mound and Hebron still looking for their first win of the district campaign. So that's how the 6-6-8 standings break out after the third week of district play. Step aside for a break. Continue on with more of the post-game show. You listen to the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation of Plano Wildcat football. Final score, Plano 35, Flower Mound 13. We'll be back to John Clark Stadium after these messages on KVCE.
Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Shell experts here with a pitching machine and a shield to demonstrate the importance of protecting your engine.
Think of me as an engine. The Shield is new Shell gasoline with 20% more nitrogen and rich cleaning agents than before.
And the baseballs are gunk that attack intake valves and fuel injectors.
Come on, gunk, is that all you got?
Gunk is out of here.
New Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Are you tired of only spending time as a family huddled around the TV? Would you like to enjoy some culture with your loved ones without breaking the bank? Then let me introduce you to the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra. The GDYO provides music education and performance opportunities for musically talented youth, but this is no kids' concert. The GDYO comprises 7 different ensembles made up of over 425 talented musicians ages 8 to 18, representing more than 50 communities in North Texas. You won't believe how amazing these ensembles sound until you hear it for yourself. So join them for one of their concerts at the Meyerson Symphony Center or Dallas City Performance Hall. For more information on how to make a donation, as well as a listing of upcoming GDYO concerts, visit gdyo.org. And if you know a talented young musician interested in an unbelievable experience, auditions take place in the spring. Connect with the Greater Dallas Youth Orchestra on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and at gdyo.org.
Point of Origin Design is your one-stop shop for all your apparel, promotional, event, or team uniform needs. Point of Origin Design is a full-service design and logo creation company that offers a wide variety of imprintable and embroidered products. With competitive pricing and quality work, you can't go wrong with Point of Origin Design. It's always best to start at the right point, so visit them online at pointoforigindesign.com. Let them help you plan your next promotional item or design your next t-shirt. That's online at pointoforigindesign.com.
Welcome back here to John Clark Stadium. Final score once again 35-13. Wildcats with a win tonight over the Flower Mound Jaguars. Thomas Lee here with you. We continue on. Coming up on the post-game show, we'll take a tour through the other scores around the Metroplex, including the finals for the other games in District 6-6-8. Almost had a huge shocking upset tonight. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first, here's the Dr. Alex Sterling with your final game statistics. Take it away, Doc.
Thank you, Thomas. We'll go team stats first. First for Flower Mound. 16 first downs in the game, 83 rushing yards, 203 passing, 286 yards of offense, 1 interception for their turnover, 10 penalties, 70 yards, 25 minutes, 49 seconds time of possession for the Jaguars. For Plano, 18 first downs in the game, 325 yards rushing, 89 passing, 414 yards of offense, had the 1 interception for their 1 turnover in the game, 11 penalties, 87 yards, 22 minutes, 11 seconds time of possession for the Wildcats. Individual stats, first for Flower Mound, quarterback Logan Davis, 22 of 32 passing, 203 yards and a pick. Also had 99 yards rushing and a rushing touchdown. Flower Mound had 13 different receivers catch a pass tonight. Freddie Jackson, the leading receiver, 2 catches, 43 yards. And Jordan Moore had a rushing touchdown for the Jaguars. For Plano, quarterback Quinn Waterbury, very efficient, 4 of 5, 89 yards and a touchdown with a 1 interception. Matt Kirchner, the reception touchdown from 39 yards out. Brandon Stevens, 25 carries, 274 yards and 4 touchdowns. Backfield mate Lapaka Euro, 8 carries, 52 yards. So typical success. We talked about dominating at the line of scrimmage at the beginning of the game. Saw plenty of that and then some, especially in the first half, which leads to I don't want to say a coast, but a win they needed heading into West next week after West took care of business tonight against Boyd.
Yeah, and boy, did they. We'll get to more of that in just a moment. But it's interesting, the intensity they played with the latter half of the first quarter into the second quarter. If there's some way that Coach McCullough can bottle that and use that for a full 4 quarters next week, this Wildcat bunch definitely has an opportunity to knock off West, but they seem untouchable right now to the Wolves.
Well, the key thing, and I noticed it tonight with some of the stuff Flower Mound did, that even going back to the first game against John Tyler, West is going to put it out on the edges. They want to get Soso out on the edge with his speed. Big things for Plano was angles. They gave up a lot of plays on angles, especially for the 43-yard touchdown run. Their outside linebacker crashed in, which allowed Logan Davis to run outside and had good blocks to score. That's going to be something that really have to pay attention to the tape on, is staying in your lane and don't give Soso that extra step, because just like what Stevens does to everybody for Plano, Soso can do that and then some.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Absolutely looking forward to it. Looking forward to talking to you more about it next week. Thank you, Doc. Before we get to our players of the game and play of the game, let's go ahead and check in on some of the other scores around the area, shall we? Talk so much about it. Here is more on that Plano West McKinney-Boyd game. The Wolves more than double up the Broncos. 62-30 the final in this one. Soso Jamabo, 25 rushing attempts, 242 yards. That's right. He averaged 9.7 yards per carry and scored 7 touchdowns on the night. Also had 2 catches for 11 yards. Obviously, you don't want to throw him the ball. He doesn't know what to do with it. You hand it to him, and he makes some hay in a hurry. Robert Colmary, the quarterback, sensational. 6 of 8 passing, 114 yards and a touchdown. 16 rushing attempts, 126 yards on the ground. Just shy of 8 yards per carry. Dedrick Scrivens, they put the clamps down on him. This West defense, much unheralded, held a top 10 rusher in the state to just 64 yards on 20 carries. West, 531 yards. Boyd, 430 as the Wolfpack win at 62-30. Mentioned earlier, Louisville, 38-20 win over Hebron. Farmers, 321 yards to Hebron's 273. Hawks turn it over 3 times. Louisville just 1 fumble. Adrian Villarreal, 18 of 27 passing, 191 yards and 3 touchdowns. All of them to Trinity Benson, who scored from 44 yards out, who scored from 15 yards out, from 19 yards out. Also had a 76-yard punt return for a touchdown. Benson the story tonight as the Farmers up in the Hawks. And Allen squeaks by on the road. They took a 21-17 lead into the fourth quarter. And then Marcus went on top thanks to a 1-yard touchdown run for Andrew Parrish. That made it 24-21 with 11 minutes left. Kyler Murray answers back with a vengeance. Just 90 seconds later, a 13-yard touchdown pass to Lee Morris. Scores from 8 yards out on the ground with 6 minutes left to go in that ball game. And that's the way it would end, 35-24. Marcus, though, outgains Allen, 474 yards to 295 yards. Key stat in this one, turnovers. 2 for the Marauders, 1 interception, 1 fumble. Allen did not turn the ball over. 35-24 the final. Other district action across North Texas. Martin with a big win tonight, 67-20 over Lamar. That's in 4-6A. 5-6A action. Geyer by a touchdown over Keller. Wildcats 40, Indians 33. All these are finals unless otherwise indicated. Keller Central, the Chargers, with an 8-point win over the Ryan Raiders, 37-29 the final in that one. And Byron Nelson, 37-10 winners tonight over Timber Creek. 7-6A action. Trinity shuts out Heritage, 14-0. The Trojans roll at home. Meanwhile, Coppell with a 42-3 win over LD Bell, and Richland stampeding past the Buffalo of Halton, 51-15 the final there. 8-6A action. Duncanville with a 3-point win over Mansfield, 20-17. South Grand Prairie beats Midlow, 56-27. Excuse me, that's still going in the fourth quarter. South Grand Prairie, the 56-27 lead over Midlothian. If those hold up, it looks like DeSoto is on pace to get pushed down to the Division II bracket when the playoffs roll around in November. A lot of football to be played, though, between here and now. Speaking of the Eagles, flying high tonight, 53-0 as they lead Grand Prairie at the Gopher Warrior Bowl in the fourth quarter. 9-6A action, Skyline 35-6 winners over Irving. Jesuit 47-7 at home over Sunset. They get the victory. 10-6A, all road teams tonight. Highland Park 29-9 winners over North Mesquite. Lake Highlands, well, they're technically the road team even though the game was played at the Boneyard as they took on the rival Berkner Rams. 37-22 the final there. Scott Smith gets the win. And the Wildcats get the victory. Mesquite Horn 42-21. They double up Mesquite High, and Richardson all over Pierce tonight, 48-30. 11-6A, Saxe, 5 points better than Garland, 35-30. Rockwall throws 70 up on Lakeview Centennial, 70-35 the final on that one. Yellow Jackets cruising to the victory. 5A scores a pass along. Denton with a 50-14 win over Chisholm Trail tonight. Lake Dallas, 49-21 winners over Grapevine. Eastern Hills all over Carter Riverside, 52-6. 9-5A action, the Colony, a safety away from a shutout, with the Cougars with a 56-2 win over Frisco Independence. Wakeland over the Liberty Redhawks tonight, 17-3 at Toyota Stadium. 10-5A action, Wiley knocks off McKinney. Let's see what else we have here. 11-5A, Newman Smith, 21-0 shutout win over Bryan Adams. 12-5A scores, Forney 35-17 winners tonight over Royce City. 13-5A action, Kimball 41-13 over Spruce. South Oak Cliff, boy, took it to Molina tonight, 71-0 the final in that one. 14-5A Timberview leading in the fourth quarter, Lancaster 50-36. Lake Ridge with a 72-48 lead over Waxahachie in the fourth quarter. Almost like six-man football scores. And Summit with a win tonight, 42-7 over Legacy. To East Texas, Ennis knocks off Jacksonville tonight, 42-24 and 16-5A. Couple non-district scores to pass along. South Lake Carroll all over the Abilene Eagles, 63-28 tonight at Dragon Stadium. Ranceview, 29-7 win over Aubrey at Stanridge. Pilot Point knocks off Bonham 57-14. Kinnendale leading Carter 70-21. Cowboys just hope that this is not a preview of Sunday night's score. As the Carter Cowboys can't stop Kinnendale, we'll see what the Dallas Cowboys can do against Drew Brees and the Saints. Lincoln with a 33-21 win over Lake Worth. Salina all over Melissa tonight, 43-7. Kaufman winners tonight by 21 over Palestine. 28-7 the final in that one, and one more score to pass along. Sanger knocks off Whitesboro 42-7. Final score here, 35-13. Wildcats over Flower Mound. Step aside for one more break. When we come back, plays of the game, players of the game, and final thoughts looking down the barrel at Plano West next week here at John Clark Stadium. That's when we continue in a moment on the Rodenbos Flooring American Appliances presentation. Plano Wildcat football here on AM 1160 KVCE.
Rodenbos, located at 102 West Main Street in Allen, has all of your appliance and floor covering needs. Rodenbos offers expert sales and installation on carpet, wood, ceramic, marble, and vinyl flooring. The appliance showroom displays state-of-the-art name-brand home appliances. As always, Rodenbos backs up their knowledgeable sales with factory-trained service technicians. Rodenbos, Allen's oldest business, family-owned and operated since 1962.
Shell experts here to talk about the protective shield you see at Shell stations all over the country.
Featuring us.
It's there to remind you that no other gasoline protects your engine better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines. Now with 20% more cleaning agents than before.
Performance-robbing gunk doesn't stand a chance because your intake valves and fuel injectors are protected.
Actively shielded.
Hence the big protective shield here.
So try Shell nitrogen-enriched gasolines today. No other gasoline protects your engine better.
For quality auto service and repair, see the folks at Flat Shell on Preston Road at I-635. Buford Roofing and Construction is a family-owned company you can trust. Buford Roofing specializes in roofing replacement and repair for the outside of your home or business and radiant barriers and insulation for the inside. They use top-quality materials, professionally trained crews, and guarantee total customer satisfaction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected. They're online at BufordRoofing.com or call 817-329-ROOF.
Many heart conditions can be fixed, but many of us don't know we have a problem until it's too late. On April 2, 2009, Zachary Schraw, a 16-year-old sophomore offensive lineman, died of sudden cardiac arrest, the #1 cause of death among student athletes. Like so many SCA victims, Zach had no heart issues, nor did anyone in his family. If Zach had an echocardiogram, he might have been able to avoid suffering a condition that takes 10,000 of our youth each year. In his memory, Living for Zachary was formed to try and prevent SCA from taking the lives of youth everywhere. Join in the fight today and stop the silent killer of SCA by scheduling your young athlete for an echocardiogram, a procedure that can detect any heart issue with 99% accuracy. For more information, visit www.livingforzachary.org. That's living4zachary.org, and let your heart be heard.
Hey, this is your DFW Sports Angel, Robin Valatudo. Hey, Vinos.
Yeah.
We are shuffling our Sports Blitz Saturday lineup. Inside the game, talking all things sports, 11 a.m., followed by Golf, Grape, and Grub, hosted by Tom Keys and Pamela Wood, and then Texas Links on the air with Pat Wheeler.
Sounds great.
AM 1160, your home for Notre Dame football, the Plano ISD Game of the Week, and Texas Legends basketball. Visit kvceradio.com/sports.
Want to play golf with a legend? Tuesday, October 14th at the Nancy Lieberman Foundation Celebrity Golf Classic at Prestonwood Country Club in Plano. Join me and legendary golfer Annika Sorenstam. We're going to raise money for kids in the Metroplex. To play or sponsor, call 972-473-2121 or go to nancyliebermanfoundation.org.
This program is produced and broadcast with the permission of and authorization from the Plano Independent School District. It is under the direction of and is copywritten by Sports Sounds Radio. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or use of the audio stream, including any or all other use of the accounts of this broadcast without the direct written consent and permission of Sports Sounds Radio is strictly prohibited. All rights are reserved by Sports Sounds Radio and SportsSoundsRadio.com. This is a Sports Sounds Radio presentation.
And welcome back one final time here at John Clark Stadium. Final tonight, Plano 35-13 winners over the Flower Mound Jaguars. Thomas Lee here with you. Time now to bring in your color analyst throughout the season, Ryan Mueller, and time to hand out some game balls. And we'll start out with the Plano Wildcat offense.
Well, I don't think there's any question. The man that has been in the scoring column 4 times tonight, that's Brandon Stevens. Explosive runs. I mentioned it, and Doc's talked about it too. 37-yard rushing touchdowns, 70 yards, and then he had a pair of 2-yard rushing touchdowns. So, no doubt in my mind it goes to number 2.
Agreed. I will tip my cap, though, to Bobby Gray and the offensive line and what they were able to do. Those 2 big, long touchdown runs, the 37 and the 70-yarder, both of those were sprung by the combination of Gray, Tecklenburg, and the offensive line. So without those guys doing their job, Stevens can't – he was prancing around sometimes tonight without guys being even 5-7 yards between him and the nearest defender. It was really, really impressive what the offense was able to do. Defensively?
Oh, man, there are so many players here you could give this award to. I mean, Dejon Howard had some lockdown corner play. Aaron Regos was in on every play, it seemed like. B. Bahani was swarming around. Tecklenburg. I think when it's all said and done, the man that had the interception, Cody Farhatton, and the guy who is a true leader on this defense deserves that nod.
Yeah, it sealed it. He didn't get the touchdown. They later would score, but he did really kind of break almost the, I'm not going to say the spirit, because Flower Mound was still fighting with 30 seconds left trying to win the ball game. But Farhat's INT just boosted everybody up, and that kind of took the pressure off the Wildcats going, all right, here we go. We punched this thing in, and we're able to get the victory. Big, solid game all around, up and down the roster, up and down the lineup. And even though you heard Doctor earlier with the number of yards that Flower Mound was able to chew up, still, this defense held them to just 13 points, including a touchdown, in the last 30 seconds of the ball game when it was pretty much academic. Time now for our play of the game, brought to you by Buford Roofing and Construction.
And this actually comes in the first half of the contest, and it was just one play. Plano got the ball. They had started out on their own 30-yard line, and I said it before the game tonight, and I've said this every week, Thomas. Brandon Stevens, it has to be a tone setter for this football team, and this was his biggest run of the night.
First down and 10, Wildcats on their own 30-yard line. Pistol formation, handoff, Stevens through the right side, big hole. Turns the corner to the 35, to the 40, 45, 50, cuts back inside, down the sideline, to the 35, to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Plano! My goodness! Look at the quicks on Stevens as he goes 70 yards for a Wildcat touchdown.
Such an incredible play by Stevens, who just makes it look so easy, Thomas. And again, that at that point it made it 14-7, and Plano never looked back.
Yeah, he was really special tonight. And as we look ahead to next week, Plano, technically at Plano West. Whatever, we're going to be here. We know how this game is played. We've called this game now for I think 8 straight years. You're going to have the battle of two backs that are. You kind of lose the fantastic superlatives that we can spew about how good these guys are. Tonight, this is what they did, though. You heard Stevens' night. 25 rushes, 274 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Had 50 yards receiving as well. Averaged just shy of 11 yards per carry. So played about 2 minutes of the second half and then was done for the night. 25 rushes, 242 yards, 7 touchdowns, averaging 9.7 yards per rush. So Plano fans are hoping we don't have fireworks going off left and right in this one, because that's not the type of game that the Wildcats want to get in or think that they can win. But when Soso and Stevens are on the field going at each other, makes for what is going to be a very special night here at John Clark Stadium.
Yeah, who knows? The game may be over in an hour and a half. Both teams are going to run the ball a lot, but the thing about Soso Jamabo, he is such a special player, and it's going to be such a unique stage to watch both of these guys showcase their talents in one of the biggest rivalries in North Texas. I mean, Plano West and Plano, it doesn't go quite back as far, obviously, as Plano and Plano East, but at the same time, I think it's been a nice rivalry here over the last several years.
Got some great rivalries coming up, as you mentioned. Plano East, that's going to be the following week. So next week, Plano West. The following week, Plano East. Get all your rivalry games out right there in the first couple of weeks of October. Final thoughts, partner?
Well, I just think that this is a must-needed win for Jadon McCall. I could tell, when he was talking to Cameron down on the field, just the sense of calm. It's like, okay, I think we got ourselves back on track a little bit here. I think that, we still got a lot of work left to do, but at the same time, this is a win against a quality opponent.
Doctor, final thoughts from you, sir.
Just like Ryan said, progress was made. Plano West is another animal. Obviously, the way they've played all year, I'm sure seeing that film will be frightening, watching Soso breaking touchdowns. But Plano can win that game. It's not a game we always talk about the rivalry games with each school in the Plano School District, that no matter what, you can toss the records out every year. All those games are tough. And if Plano plays to their ability, it can be a game they've had. Let's say keeping Plano West's offense off the field, give the ball to Stevens 30 times, play good defense. It can be done.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks also to Cameron Brock for his work on the sideline tonight. Final thought from me. You look at the district standings right now. We're at the halfway point of the season. Allen's 3-0. West is 2-0. Marcus is 2-1 in district. Their lone loss to Allen tonight. Plano 2-1 in district. Their lone loss to Allen last week. In the 5th spot right now, so on the outside looking in, is Plano East. They're 1-1. Guess who their loss is to? That's right, undefeated Plano West. You go down to Louisville. They're 1-1. Guess who their one loss is to? Marcus, right now currently tied for 3rd in the district. So as you look at the way this thing is stacking up, this is an incredibly, incredibly deep district. We knew it was going to be going in, and right now the cream is rising to the top. The Wildcats, though, are perfectly poised to be able to garner one of those 4 playoff spots. And if Allen and Plano West keep up what they're doing, they are the top 2 teams from an enrollment number situation standpoint. That means that whoever comes in after Allen and Plano West, if they both make the playoffs, will be going to the Division II bracket, the quote-unquote small school bracket. And that could be a great opportunity for the Wildcats to play into December if they can make it. Plano ISD football is on KVCE AM 1160, SportsSoundsRadio.com, and Champion Sports Radio. This broadcast of the Plano Independent School District is sponsored by the following: Rodenbaugh's Flooring America and Appliances on Main Street in downtown Allen, serving the folks of Collin County for more than 50 years. By Buford Roofing and Construction. When you use Buford Roofing and Construction, you can consider yourself protected, and customer service and satisfaction is guaranteed. By the Flat Shell Auto Service and Repair Center on Preston Road, I-635. Plano ISD football is a presentation of AM 1160, KVCE, Highland Park, Dallas-Fort Worth's Business Authority. SportsSoundsRadio.com, and Champion Sports Radio. That'll do it for the broadcast tonight. Special thanks to your broadcast crew, Cameron Brock down on the sideline, the Dr. Alex Sterling here alongside as well. Your color analyst, Ryan Mueller. My name is Thomas Lee. Thanks also back at KVCE to Matt Broom and Robin Valatudo. Thanks also to Gerald Prince, the athletic director of the Plano Independent School District, and Norm Ward, the proprietor of Sports Sounds Radio. For all of us, my name is Thomas Lee. Once again, your final score, 35-13. Wildcats winner tonight over Flower Mound. We'll see you next week for Plano West right here on KVCE.